Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Friday, July the 29th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me. Thank you, William. So you can hear me. You can see my screen. Let me answer a couple of questions first. SG, I'm trying to find out where you're right, the Alpha Predator channel is no longer, but the Alpha Predator scan may be somewhere else. Okay, I'm just asking, see if anybody knows. I see it here. Let me just see. One second. Just give me a moment here. Okay, so you have to go to the other channel bar, okay? Now remember, going to the other channel bar, not the dock channel bar, because I hope that you can see my screen, you can see it there. Okay, but remember, this will replace your layout. So it is there. You have to click more. Okay, you have to click more. If you click new, click new, then channel bar, channel bar, and then when you scroll down, here it says show more, and you click on that, and it's going to show them all. Okay. All right, guys. So what's happening? Well, Apple, of course, released earnings after hours. Um, Nothing startling. I mean, it's up 2%, but at least it's not a huge drop. So there's Apple. Amazon, though, Amazon also released earnings after hours, and that's a nice gap up for Amazon. Big gap up, huge gap up, actually. Look at that float, 8.8 billion, 10% pop for Amazon, and it's actually coming down a bit. It was 138 pre-market, now it's 134, but that is a big gap up for Amazon. What else is happening here? Getty, G-E-T-Y, G-E-T-Y. Here's a big gap up for Getty. I'm trying to see if there's any announces recipients of annual inclusion grants. So there is some news on Getty, G-E-T-Y, G-E-T-Y. I don't think it's a bug, SG. It's just that a lot of people didn't like to see all the channels at once. So I don't think that's a bug. It's just, you just have to click the more. Ayla, A-Y-L-A, A-Y-L-A. I can't see any reason why this one is up. I don't see any specific reason why this one is up, A-Y-L-A. Do we scan for mutual funds? Probably not. I've never had that question before. I mean, you can always create as long as it's a stock symbol or a symbol that you can. And of course, you can create a symbol list with mutual funds, assuming it's also like a stock symbol. But if it's not, no. SNTI, SNTI, SNTI. Other one, don't have any news on this one, why this one is up, but it is up a lot, 24%. Don't see any headline news on it whatsoever. TBLT, guys, from yesterday, still strong. TBLT from yesterday is still very strong. Had the nice news yesterday, and there's a bit of a pullback from the highs, but this is still very strong, TBLT. Sarepta, SRPT, SRPT. This is gapping up on, let's see, plans for US filing for gene therapy. Gene therapy for neuromuscular disorder. Okay, so that is the reason for Sarepta, SRPT. Intel was a gap down, I believe. Intel was a gap down. INTC, it's a gap down on earnings, as is Roku. Roku, a gap down on earnings. AVTR is a gap up on earnings. AVTR, I don't think there's much volume. Actually, the volume's picking up. AVTR is a huge gap down on earnings. This one, wow, this one could show up on the 10-day daily breakdown. It won't be an all-time low yet. And AYLA, just getting clobbered here. AYLA, it's had a nice, actually it's had a nice little pop, but they've cut their guidance. You know, I've got this wrong. I've got gap down. So this has recovered a lot. I guess that's what's happened. This has actually recovered. No, I'm sorry, guys. I've got my notes wrong. I've got AYLA has gap down because they've cut guidance. It must be some other stock. I apologize. Moderna, big gap up for Moderna, mRNA, $1.74 billion contract with 66 million doses of their vaccine. AXTI. Now this is okay. Now this is definitely low volume, but it is a gap up on earnings. DXCM is a gap down on earnings. Sometimes these things really whip around in the pre-market. Sometimes they're down, they've gapped down, then all of a sudden you see they're a gap up, but not this one. That's a big gap down, guys. I mean, look at there was no clue this was happening. Look how the market was before for DXCM. Look at these daily candles, and then they release earnings after hours yesterday and just got hammered down. How do you set it up? You just have to, somebody asked the question, how do you set up Holley AI? To see the AI alerts, just click on new from the toolbar and then AI/Holley strategy trades window. Okay, the AI/Holley strategy trades window. When you do that, this is the window you're going to see. Okay, nothing happens until at least 9:35. You just wait for the alerts to happen, and how you trade them will be up to you, of course. But that's all I would do. Okay, so from the toolbar, click on new, AI/Holley strategy trades window. And then that's the window that you'll see, okay? I'm answering somebody in our YouTube room. KLTR is a potential buyout, I think. They've had a buyout offer, KLTR. That's why you see this thing kind of flatlining up. Well, not really flatlining, but it's not very much volume. Panopto's offered to buy the firm for $436 million. Yeah, it's unbelievable, that HKD. Still no massive sell-off yet. And oh yeah, Motive VHC. So they are, of course, contesting the news. Trading higher if the company announced it will appeal the expected court decision in the patent litigation. Anyway, I'm out of this one. I only had a little bit left. Still made money even on the little bit I had left, because remember, we started this one from the $8 level on the short. Give me an example of a like Raj. I mean, I don't trade mutual funds at all, but I probably should know this, but is there a stock symbol for a mutual fund? If there is, then you can always create a symbol list. And the other person who was asking about, can you backtest a single stock or one or two stocks? If you're still here, this is what I meant. So if you click on the alert window, because are we going to start from an alert window to do a back test? If you click on the alert window, right click, and then configure, and then symbol list. Okay, and this is a drop down. All symbols is the default, but you see where it says single symbol. You click on single symbol, so you can put one single that you want to backtest on. If you want to backtest on two, you'd have to create a symbol list and put the two symbols in, 2 or 3 symbols in, and then attach it to the alert window, and then begin the backtest. So the answer to your question is yes, you can do a backtest on 1 or 2 symbols. But again, Raj, unless the MFs have our symbols, stock symbols, we don't have that then. That's what I mean. You are right. I'm sorry. You are right. I'm just looking at that Getty information that was from 2 days ago. Maybe it's just a delayed reaction. That's an incredible delayed reaction. Is this right? I mean, that seems ridiculous. This is not shortable for me. GETY. Huge volume. Huge volume. All right, let's check the analyst. Now that we've had another, we're going to have another positive open to start anyway, at least at 9:11. The SPY is up. So let me see what the analysts are talking about this morning in terms of upgrades and downgrades. Holy smokes. All right, guys. Well, they're not convinced, I guess, this market's going higher. So we have a few upgrades and we have a massive number of downgrades. Okay, there are the upgrades. Now, I'll see if I can get some of these downgrades in. It's a big list of downgrades. Other downgrades for Roku. It's an earnings play. They're even picking on Tilray. Couple of downgrades for Hilly, HLLY. But some of these are multiple downgrades, so that's why the list looks longer. Still downgrading BHC. Yeah, so there are a bunch of multiple downgrades. So the list is long, but it's not quite as long as I thought, because the same symbol is being downgraded by various firms. All right, there you go. There you have some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Well, it's not so much a strategy, Raj. It's just if I get an alert here, it's the alert. Okay, the 10-day daily breakdown. Well, I shouldn't say. Okay, that is my strategy if that's what you want. But this is just it's an idea, right? But that's where I got it in the 10-day daily breakdown. That's where I found all those shorts yesterday. Okay. Well, you just click the big sell button. Now you're in a short. Now, of course, assuming your broker has shorts available, and also if your account allows shorts to be traded. Oh, I see what I did. I see what I did. It's a VIA. I had Ayla down here twice. It is a VIA, a VIA. So it's AVYA, AVYA. They're the ones that have got down because they've cut their guidance. I knew there was one. So that is AVYA. Okay, one moment, please. I don't see any news for SNTI, Zach. I didn't see any news. Like not easily. But when I say that, I mean, I'm so busy in the morning that all I can really do is type in a symbol, check my IB headline news, and if I don't see anything, I've just got to move on. So I don't see anything that's jumping out at me for SNTI. Intel, yeah, I mean, that is, I mean, that's to move 10% with, I mean, it's the reverse of Amazon. I think Amazon's up 10% also. So, but with 4 billion in the float to move 10%, that is a big, big move. That's a huge gap down. And then you look at Amazon on the flip side, excuse me, and they're up 10% on 8 billion in the float. I mean, those are big, big, big moves. And Amazon has actually given up some. It was up at 138. So that's the big, yeah. I mean, with that sort of a float to move that percent, those are big, big, big moves. Now I did see this one. Now this is a SPAC. Now, can we believe this SPY, or is this just going to be a bottoming tail? Can we believe this SPY, or is something happening? Yeah, I think this is, yeah. You see, this is what happens sometimes. Yeah, so this is just a big bottoming tail. So did you guys see that on the SPY? I don't know if that happens on other charting platforms. I really don't. But if you were watching that SPY chart, you saw all of a sudden a hugely ominous red bar. It was all the way down here. And then all it turns out to be is a big bottoming tail. Not in TOS, okay. Yeah, I don't know why. I have no idea why this happens in our platform. So in order to get rid of it, I'm just going to type in another symbol and then type the SPY in again. Usually that gets rid of it. In this case, it didn't. So I don't know. I don't know why that happens. Yeah, there's something weird about this Getty, Gety. I mean, this is an IPO or a SPAC. Was that a SPAC? Yeah, so this was a SPAC. You can always tell. I mean, $10 doing nothing, 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 nothing. And then all of a sudden today, I mean, this is insane. And I don't want to say, well, look, their so-called news was on the 27th, on the 26th. So their news was here on this day, and was during market hours, I believe. Yeah. Also, I don't know. I don't. They say they're going to be releasing news on August the 10th. Now they've only been around as Getty since the 25th, so that's pretty. I don't know. I don't know. I don't quite get it. No pun intended. Yeah, because you'll see those bottoming tails not just on the SPY. You will see it on other stocks also. Yeah, look at Apple. Apple did the same thing. Some of the big names you'll see these big bottoming tails out of nowhere. And as you say, dark pool orders being recorded to the tape late. At any rate, if you were watching this with me, your first reaction is, uh-oh, like what is happening here? The biggest red candle in history. I don't know, but it's still not shortable. No, that would be a pretty dicey short. Oh, at least still not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. HKD. Oh, let's take a look at the sectors, guys. I haven't checked the price of oil, so I don't know what. So I'm not going to make any predictions about where the oil stocks are going today. All right, so obviously oil must be a little bit up this morning. So what you're seeing here, if you're not familiar with this, these are the major sectors. So for instance, here's XLE, the major ETF for energy. These are the stocks that make up XLE. And so when you see this, now normally it's all or nothing. In other words, it's either they're all 100% up or 100% down. So what that 90.4% means in green, it means that 90.4% of these stocks that make up XLE are above yesterday's close. That's what that means. So when you look at the rest of the sectors, materials, okay, 83%, but technology about 50-50, communications 50-50, healthcare 50-50. There's no other sector that really jumps out at you other than, of course, materials. And of course, all that can change. If I can remember to do it about half an hour into the open, we'll then take a look at it on the change from the open as opposed from the change from the close of yesterday. See how the stocks have fared from the open. So oil is back at 100, okay? $99.86, okay? There's quite the discrepancy between Brent and WTI here. I know Brent is the European. That's a huge discrepancy. 110.99. Obviously, because what's happening over in Europe, I guess. Don't normally see that sort of a discrepancy, though. But that has been like that for a couple of weeks now, I think, at least. And that's the extent of my oil knowledge. I mean, it's a long shot, but keep an eye on this AMTD because it. I think people were confused. I don't mean us, but I was probably equally as confused. But when you look at AMTD, Idea Group, okay, and then you look at HKD, and it says AMTD Digital, okay? I think that people were thinking that there was some major tie-in with these two companies. And because that's the same day that HKD went crazy, first time. So we'll see if people think, well, is there a tie-in? I don't think there is, but look, it just looks, very obviously it's just maybe a complete and utter coincidence. Meanwhile, AVYA is continuing to get hit hard on their guidance cut. This is now an all-time low. The only issue for me, I mean, this is probably going to show up in the 10-day daily breakdown, but it's pretty cheap right now. So if I shorter this, I mean, where's it going to go? Yeah, I don't know even if Zach has shorts for HKD. HKD. Dicey short though. Because the spread is off. I mean, look at the spread right now, 165, 173. I mean, that is pre-market, but I don't think it gets that tight. Or guys just waiting to see if anything else kind of shows up. Well, if that's the case, AMTD owns 88% of HKD, and it doesn't make any sense that this is sitting here if that's truly the case. I mean, they're both Hong Kong companies. It makes no sense then that this is, I mean, it's not like it's got a trillion in the float, 35 million in the float. I mean, this should be, if that's truly the case, that AMTD owns 88% of HKD, it doesn't make any sense that it's only sitting at $1.60. Yeah, AXTI had no volume. The last time I looked, I think it had about 12,000 shares. So 19,000 shares. This is an earnings play. All right, less than a minute for the to the open, guys. So let's have a great end to this trading week. And again, typically I don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down. I make an exception. And when I say I make an exception, doesn't mean I absolutely will do it. But if I get something in the 10-day daily breakdown that happens before the first 15 minutes, but it's making an all-time low also, I will take a hard look. BHC basically came in at the 15-minute mark. And if something happens, maybe in one of the racers that I, maybe breaking a key level, I may take it, but typically I do not trade in the first 15 minutes. And if I were new to trading, I'd probably sit out the first 30. So we're in for a positive open. Here we go, guys. We're now open for business. Whoa, I should have mentioned this. So I did, yesterday, SIGA, I did hold my SIGA. Don't have a lot, but I was in this one just over $20. I said that if it closed well, which it did. You can see right there, it closed well. And so I decided to, for me, swing trade this. All right, guys. So Siga is actually showing up on the 10-day daily breakout. Cards. Yeah, great day yesterday. Not too much of a pullback, and also through the 200-day moving average. No, that snuck in late. That's why I didn't see it. It really wasn't doing anything in the pre-market until 5 minutes before they open. Right before they open is when it started to pop. Low float, 13 million in the float. Again, don't see any specific reason. Yeah, PBR, I saw this in the race. Okay, so solar stocks, let's see what's happening with the solar stocks again today. ASRT is having a nice little move here. Some volume coming into ASRT. If we look left on the daily chart, can't see anything. So if we look left on the weekly, can't see anything. The next high is looks like around 480 on the monthly chart. Not saying it's going to get there. All right, guys, GovX is trying to get through that 200-day moving average again. GOVX 224 is the 200-day moving average. It really is really lagged SIGA. San Francisco declares a state of emergency over monkeypox. Boy, what a comeback, guys, for this FXVL. I'm sorry, FXLV. What a comeback for FXLV. I mean, this hammered down to 81 cents 2 days ago. Had a great recovery intraday. Kept going yesterday, took out that yesterday's high, and now today is taking out yesterday's high. And again, when you look left, it still has room, 351. GovX, guys, GovX. Maybe now is really trying to follow Sega a little bit more closely today. I mean, Sega's dropping just a little bit, but GovX is on the move here. Take a look at TNXP. Let's see if it's doing the same thing. TNXP. No. So GovX is definitely having a bit of a day now. Let's see if it can clear that 200-day moving average for good. There it is. 224 is the 200-day moving average. So it's cleared it now, but is that for good? And the high of 3 days ago was 248. Wow, Avaya's under or at $1 now. Avaya's at $1. AVY. A. Okay, what's the market doing? So NAS is up a little, so the Dow's actually gone a little bit negative, and the SPY's up a little. So not a lot of action yet. I'm afraid to look at where Getty is. No, I'll say it's on the way down. Okay. No shorts available for me for this one at Interactive Brokers for Getty, Gety. Keep an guys, FXLV. Longer it holds over two. FXLV. I don't know the reason for this huge downturn 2 days ago, but this is definitely having a nice little recovery. FXLV. Nothing in the 10-day now. Very different day from yesterday. We had some already. We had a lot in the 10-day daily breakouts and in the 10-day daily breakdowns right off the bat. Of course, we had all the solar and EV plays yesterday just running from the beginning. FXLV, guys. FXLV, guys. That's all I can say. SNTI, guys. SNTI now is starting to run. Again, I couldn't find any news on this one. This one did get up to 283. What is this? Looks like it's a pharma. Yeah, biotech company. So I don't know what the news is. This is not shortable for me. Well, I can only say it one more time. FXLV. So as I said, every now and then I'll have an exception in the first 15 minutes if something looks really interesting. So the FXLV, as I kept saying, if it holds two, holds two, holds two. So look at this move. Look at this move. It was winning a race. It won a race. Excuse me. It won a race. Excuse me. Right off the bat. Whoa. What a day, guys. FXLV. Tremendous percentage move. Market opens, you cannot run a single race. Hmm. And yet you're able to run a race in the pre and post market. That doesn't make any sense at all, unless you've got some kind of a timer thing that's saying, so if you take take my race, okay, never mind your race. Okay, guys, back to bedtime. I mean, if FXLV, this should have, hopefully somebody heard me because look at this move for FXLV. You're running my race, and yet this is not. I have no idea why. No idea, Mike. I got FXLV from my races. Yes, I didn't see this at all in the pre-market. It wasn't really doing anything in the pre-market. Look at this. Look, I mean, if you look at the 15-minute chart, that tan area is the pre-market. It was doing nothing in the pre-market, and the market opens and absolutely kaboom. Well, I've obviously, guys, you got to trade this. You got to trade this. When I say, well, I say trade it. I mean, you got to manage your trades here. If you took this one, you get something that moves 20% just like that. And remember, there was a reason. I don't know what the reason was. I don't know what the news is on this one, but there was a reason for this being, excuse me, one day at 352. Excuse me, one day at 352, and then the next day it's at 66 cents. So there was a reason for it. And other than I mean, there's this obviously great bottom fishing happened. What the heck? Give me a moment, please. Sorry about that. Highly suspect phone ringing at 6:42 a.m. my time. Is there any way to see how many buyers are tied up in a trade ahead of time? I have no idea what you mean. I'm sorry, Raj. And I'm just going to flat out say no, not with trade ideas anyway. I mean, the VWAP will show you the price where, the most action is, but other than that, look at BHC now again, guys. BHC, I'm sorry, BHC was moving down, but AVTR now, AVTR just showed up in the 10-day daily breakdown. It's not an all-time low. They don't all have to be all-time lows. All right, guys, AVTR showed up in the 10-day daily breakdown. Right here, 27.92, 27.54 now. You must have had shorts available, right? For the FXLV. I did not have shorts available. Certainly within trade ideas, we don't have a way. TBLT, guys, TBLT is still strong. Now the high of a few days ago was 935, so there is still room for this to run if it wants to. 740 was the high in the pre-market. I'm going to stick an alert there. If it takes out the pre-market high. Yeah, that's why I don't use level two. I just don't believe in it anymore. Maybe many, many years ago, but not anymore. There's too many games. Bids and asks being yanked, placed and yanked. Look at the SPY, guys. So the SPY opening a 15-minute candle is green. But that's me. Again, I'll never, if somebody says I can use level two and I find a way to make it work for me, great. Okay, guys, now I'm really keeping an eye on this AVTR. Okay, we had the alert 27.92 potential to short it. It is, I look at this range here. So what was the low here? 27.50, and the low here is 27.51. So it got stuck right at that low. If it can take that low out again, which I'm going to, so I'm just going to set an alert around 27.46 and see if it takes that out again. And that'll probably give me more confidence to enter a short for AVTR underneath 27.50. So again, with the FXLV, one of these, not a crazy low float, 46 million in the float. But as I am saying, there's a reason why this got knocked down. I don't know what the reason is. I guess if I really scoured the news releases, I could find out the reason. But it's not like they miraculously disappeared in 2 days for that. Okay, so that's why, yes, it was fabulous, the move. But for all the reasons it did this, they're probably still in place. All right, guys, TBLT, just all right. Getty, Gety. Okay, so it got as high as $35. So, woof, the spread is tightened up a little bit. And I mean a little bit. It's only about 50 cents right now. Sometimes it shrinks to about 20 cents. Highly, 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 highly risky. All right, guys, I'm all out of my SIGA. I'll take a look at SIGA again if it takes out 22. This is from yesterday. The minute it took out 22, that got me out, but I'll be taking a look at it again if it gets back over 22. This is from yesterday. Boy, TBLT, I mean, that is just severe rippage now. Not in it. High right there is 935. Is this under a dollar NRXP? My guess is yes. That's the only reason, just a guidance cut. Wow. I shouldn't say only reason, but I mean, that's, so it wasn't, I mean, I guess that's a good enough reason. Okay, now here's this AMTD, which I mean, it's starting to move a little bit, lots of volume coming in. If you can show me a link that shows me that this AMTD owns 80% of HKD, Jose H, I mean, I know you, oh, here you go. Well, you read my mind, unless you were posting that right when I was saying the same thing. All right, well, let's see. AMTD. I mean, are you going to do something crazy? It's obviously not going to do, it shouldn't do an HKD. 35 million in the float. I have no idea what the float is on HKD. High yesterday was 2. Well, I guess, okay, I guess that is a huge, huge downward guidance for FXLV. I don't know why I have a tough time saying that one. FXLV from 90 down to 25 million. Okay, I guess that makes a ton of sense. So that hasn't changed. All right, guys. Well, I've got to I've taken this AMTD. I want to see if it can get close to 2. I just want to see. I mean, if that is correct, look at GovX. GovX, it looked like it had a pullback. SIGA is, I mean, now GovX is roaring here, and SIGA is dropping. No, that's okay. It's good information, Jose. I mean, you would think that this will start to catch up a little bit to the. Yeah, if it takes out 2, I'm talking about AMTD. If it takes out 2, and it's won a couple of races, HKD is halted, yes. Halted on the way up. Look at this. $254. Again, this goes into that category of just when you think you've seen it all, something like this happens. I mean, this is GME territory. Well, if you're with me in the pre-market, you heard me talking about the AMTD thing. I didn't know it had the actual direct link with HKD. Thank you, Jose, for giving us that information. But I was thinking people might have thought that it did just because of the name, etc. Now look at the volume coming in. Maybe where there's smoke, there's fire, Zach. Oh my gosh. Oh no, that couldn't be. I thought maybe it was back up into the 2s. All right, ILAG from a few days ago. Wow, look at ILAG go now. ILAG. The next resistance level for GovX. Okay, all I do is I just keep looking left, okay? So the next high looking left, whether that's going to be resistance or not, is 248. Okay, that's the next high looking left. That was 3 days ago. So what did it get to today? It got right there, 250, and it stalled. Okay, it stalled for a while. It may take that out, but if it can get through that, if it can get through that that 250 level, then if you look at the weekly chart, then you're looking at 338. Again, when I say this, I'm not saying it's getting there, but that's all I do. Okay, I don't have like resistance lines or anything like that. I just keep looking left to see where the next highs are. The race window works. Well, definitely works in after hours. Okay, definitely works after hours. At Tal Trader. I haven't tried this one in pre-market. Definitely, but yes, it does work in the pre-market for sure. I don't run this one in the pre-market. That's all. Mainly because it's the change from the open. Okay, so obviously it has an open. But if I took my pre-market actives list, I could run yes, I could run a race. I could run a race on my pre-market actives. So the answer to your question is yes. This one, actually, I watched this one after hours. It's great after hours. It's just a top list. It is just a top list. So based on a top list. So if your top list runs pre-market or post-market, then your race will also. All right, guys. EB is showing up, and this is an earnings play, guys. EB just showed up. Well, showed up at 849 at 987 to short. Okay. I watched it, didn't really do too much. But I've just taken this short now. Okay, for EB, this is what I'm talking about. EB short, and I waited a little bit to see what was doing. And this is an earnings play. I'm not telling you guys to do the same thing, but if it's close to 10, of course, I'm out. All right, guys, I'm out of the AMTD. Made just a little bit. I was really hoping it would take out two, so I'll revisit that one later. I got a little bit greedy. I was really thinking I might take out two, right? When it got up to 197. So I still don't trust this deal, the so-called the link with HKD, unless this is going to be some incredible delayed reaction. Well, let's see where it could go. I'm left here, 962. So that's the only thing that kind of stopped me. But if it gets down to that 962 level, then 920 or so is probably the next area of support. So I mean, I don't think this is not going to be like the BHCs or some of the ones we had yesterday, because or the Hayward was an all-time low, so we didn't have to worry about any chart support. What's it doing today, by the way? Yeah, remember Hayward, at this point, this was an all-time low, so we didn't have to worry about any chart support. Do I endorse trend? I have no, I saw, no, I don't. I don't endorse Traderistic. I don't even know what it is. I know the guy posted something there, probably spam. Certainly nothing to do with trade ideas, no. That's why I deleted it. Hilly actually had a couple of downgrades, right? I forgot to look at it. HLLY. I had a couple of downgrades. Shoot, I should have been, holy smokes. It's got to be an earnings play? No? Okay, no, the company released or lowered their guidance. Ah, my bad. I should have looked at this one because in the downgrades, in my downgrades list, yeah, I have Hilly. I'm just looking at it right now, HLLY. And I mentioned it had multiple downgrades, but I forgot to check the symbol. Stupid on my part for not doing that. Oh, I don't use this to trade. I'm trading from within IB where I'm in. I only use this to demonstrate as a simulator. I'll get into that a little bit later, but yeah, I only use this as to demonstrate its use as a simulator. Give me a moment, I'll be right back. Remember, I'm not telling anybody what to buy or sell, okay? Point on opportunity. If it makes sense to you, fine. But the EV, I said, I got the alert, 987 at 949. I waited a bit to see how well it was trading. I didn't want to see it go back over 10. It seemed to be okay. So ended up taking this. Okay, so it got through that first little area. I think it was 961. Did I say 961? Yeah, 962. So it's a little bit below that now. And then the next area it looks like there's a lot of support right around 9, between 9 and 910 or so. Very disappointed in the AMTD. I was looking for maybe that big pop, but I don't know if it's trading. Now it's more tracking HKD, which of course had the big drop now. Okay, now with the FXLV, I'd be inclined to put an alert right around 2:30 or so, which is the high, the bodies of these two the 15-minute candles, the previous two 15-minute candles, and see if you can reclaim that. Yeah, that's okay, Traderistic. It's just a map, but we can't promote other rooms in this room, okay? Hope you understand that. Okay, guys, so again, if you took that EB short with me, just be totally aware of that 9 level, okay? Just look at the monthly chart. If you look at the monthly chart, you've got a series of months right around that 9 level, okay? In fact, the low there is 906, the low there is 901. There is a low there at, well, it's 10. Another low around, just keep an eye on that 9 level. I mean, it'd be awesome if it got close. Oh, man, hilly. Hilly now, not quite an all-time low. So that's why I backed off the AVTR. So we had that alert, potential short at 27.92. But you see where I put my price alert down here at 20, right around 20. Well, I can check right here at 27.46. Why? Because I wanted to take out that low right there. So it didn't do it. Not yet, anyway. I tried to get the HLLY. I couldn't get it. Couldn't get it because it moved too quickly for me. And now I see why I was able to get the EB so quickly. It's only now down 10%. So if you're unfamiliar with what I'm talking about, sometimes even if your broker has shorts available, if a stock is down 10%, this uptick rule is in effect. So what that means is typically if you want to short something, as long as your broker has shorts available, you just go in at the bid and you'll get your short. Okay. But if a stock is down 10% or more, you can go in at the bid, but then there has to be some action at the ask, some trades at the ask, and then back down to the bid. But you may be in a queue of other people that want to do the same thing. So it depends where you are in the queue. So sometimes it can be really frustrating trying to get a short on something that's down 10%. But in this case, EB when I took the short was, well, now you can see it's only down 9%, but Hilly is down 32%. That's not the reason though. I mean, I could try again, but it just moved so quickly where I wanted to get it and I don't feel like chasing it down. Good stuff, Jamie. What time is it? 10:11. I'm getting close to my my spiel. My short, 982. So again, I watched it. I wanted to make sure it didn't go back up over 10. So watch it for a bit. The alert was at 987. This is the one though. Huge miss. 877, 851 now. But again, I may not have been able to get it at 877 anyway, just because of the uptick rule. Oh my gosh, this is this an all-time low yet? No, not quite. But you know, if you take a trade, you have to manage the trade. Okay, once you're in the trade, don't listen to me. I mean, don't expect me to say, okay, guys, you should be taking some profit here, or you have to have a game plan. All I kept saying on the EB was, could it take out 961? It did, but look what's happening now. It's coming a little bit above it. So the minute it does that, I will take some out. You know, I was hoping we would get closer to 9, but it may not happen. Wow. Well, shall not chase, but boy, this is so tempting. Time for the sector status check. Sure, why not? Let's take a look and see what the change is. Doc channel bar, what are my sectors? So now what we're going to see is how things have changed from the open. Okay, so the first thing to draw attention is energy. So when we looked at energy, the change from the close, remember we looked at this about 10 minutes before the market opened at 9:30. Almost 100% of them were up. Okay, I think it was 90 something percent up from yesterday's close. Look at this though. We're about 50-50. What does this mean? This means that since the open, 50% of them are below their open price. So they're starting to fade. Technology, 82% are above the open price. I can't quite remember what it was on the, I think it was more around 50-50 from the close, but you can just sort of see what's happening from the open, the change from the open. That's why I think, you know, if you're still using change from the close as your, you know, way of getting in and out of stocks, I would really change that. I would always start using change from the open. Okay, because that's really what's happening. I mean, a stock can have had maybe a huge gap down because of where it closed yesterday, then the market opens, and then it could have a tremendous rally, the change from the open. You want to be able to see those. Okay, look out below for Getty. This is not shortable for me. GETY is not shortable for me. You know what's killing me is Hilly, not being in it. Getting close to that whole number. Let's see where the next low is. 823. So 823 on the monthly chart anyway is the next low for Hilly, HLLY. Yeah, I'm not going to chase it. Well, you know what? The only reason I would chase it, and it wouldn't be chase, is if it does take out that low. I'm going to stick an alert around 810 just to see what might happen, because that will be an all-time low. And see if it crashes down through 8. I mean, the EB was okay, but the Hilly was awesome. Tough built, guys. Tough built. TBLT is still super strong. Trying to You know, that 935 of 5 days ago, 4 days ago, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days ago. This will maybe a bit of a magnet. So with the EB, I have taken some out, just watching it right now at that 963 level and see if it can take out 961 again. That is kind of holding it up a bit. And that's because there was a low there a few days ago at 961. Roku, let's take a look at Roku. I know Roku is an earnings play just outside of the price range I like, but that's okay. Yeah, that massive gap down on earnings. This looks like the beginning of the end for PGY, guys. An exciting trader for a few days, but you know, this really, really doesn't look good now. Look at that 5-minute chart, really starting to give it up. Not shortable for me, unfortunately, at Interactive Brokers. RAD is up 8%. I haven't seen RAD at all. Is it an earnings play for RAD? Nope. Here we go. So here's your news for Rite Aid traders. Traders. That could be us. Traders circulated deal reporter chatter. Activists might be eyeing the company. I think that's been around for a bit in terms of RAD being taken over by somebody. So that's your job, Omni. Right after a little after 10 o'clock. If you're in the room, remind me to do a sector status check. Everybody has a job in the room. Don't know. Trader circulating rumor. Well, no kidding. 82% now. Obviously, this is going to easily trade the float. 30 million have traded, 35. I don't see any, again, I just can't see any headline for NRXP. And there must be some news on it, but I just can't see any news. Zach, did you post some news on this thing? Legal, your job is comic relief. All right, this looks like this is an IPO, guys. Oh man, keep an eye on this one. $6 million IPO. How many shares? $4, 1.5 million shares. This, where are they out of? I love that this was out of China. I don't think it is though. This is Mobile Global Esports. Where are they out of? Where are you out of? Nah, too bad. I wish this were out of China. But it's halted right now, guys. So this is one of those really, really cheap IPOs that can sometimes do the crazy. But I would have been much better if it had been out of China. But this is now halted. MGAN, now halted. MGAM, sorry. $4, right, Ryro, $4. So it's above the IPO price right now. And when we look at it, you know, potential open 510. But these are the ones that can just go absolutely crazy. But typically, the crazy ones are the ones out of China. Yeah, I agree. I've taken more early trades in the last couple of days than I have probably in the last couple of years. Seriously. I don't usually take early trades, but okay. EB. Getting down below that 961 again. Oh, also Mumbai. Okay. Mumbai. Well, 525, 525. This is Interactive Brokers, guys. This blue screen you see here. Nothing to do with trade ideas. Oh, I wish I'd known. I would have taken some of this and, with a forced stop at the IPO price. So if this is a 5-minute halt, this is going to open at 10:25 plus 8 seconds. What time is it now? So less than 2 minutes if it is a 5-minute halt. So the only thing I'm in right now is EB. Excuse me. EB short from 979. I've taken some off. I'm just watching to see. First of all, it's got to hold underneath that 961. If it goes over 961 again, I'll be out of it. Oh man, I may have to delete this sound alert here. As you guys know, this is the pig sound, the oink oink oink, and that's telling me more on the 10-day daily breakdown and HLLY 877. Oh, 816 now. Getting close actually. I mean, it takes out 8. This is a lifetime low now. This is a lifetime low, but I'd be in super chase mode to do it now. And this HKD is not over. I mean, look at this. It gets all the way down to 146, pops right back up to 185. This AMTD is not following. I just don't get it. Maybe this is going to be a supreme delayed reaction. I might have to read that news again, but the link between AMTD and HKD, because I just don't quite get it. Okay, guys, this is going to be more than a 5-minute halt, I guess. MGAM. I was delaying my. So there's the halt, 10:20 plus 8 seconds. So if they are 5-minute halts, which typically they are, then you should have opened at 10:25 plus 8 seconds. They did not. So typically they are multiples of 5. So this could be a 10-minute halt. Meanwhile, you can see how the bid ask is starting to rise just a little bit. Again, this is not set in stone. Okay, while we're waiting for that, I have no idea, blue collar. I don't, I would have thought though that it should have some relationship, a little bit more price wise. It's not a high float, but I don't know. I really don't know. Look at the market, guys. 400 being left behind. Okay, it is now 10:26. So while I'm waiting for MGAM to open, I just want to talk a little bit about our test drive. Well, first of all, welcome to the room. If you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Sharing my screen live on the mic. It's a free room. You don't have to be a member of Trade Ideas to be in this room. And obviously, you probably know that if you're in the room and you don't have a Trade Ideas subscription. And my name is Barry Anderson, and I do work for Trade Ideas. So what I did is I put in a link called the test drive. If you click on the test drive link, this is what you're going to see. So the test drive starts on the 15th of August, okay? And it'll run for 10 days. That's 10 trading days, the 15th to the 29th, 10 trading days. So for $11.11, you'll get access to the full premium service, except no auto trading. No auto trading permitted, okay? And you'll never hear me talk about auto trading anyway. I just don't believe in it, but that's a personal choice. So for $11.11, you'll have access to 10 trading days. So please listen carefully. If you sign up today, what you're doing is you are pre-registering. So you're not getting any live data until the 15th. Please don't harass our poor support people. We get so many emails saying, hey, I just signed up. Where's my data? Read. It doesn't start till the 15th, okay? Once the test drive is over, it's over. There's nothing to do. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything. Okay, and we don't put you into a subscription. So we do this 4 times a year. So it's a great opportunity to try us out for $11.11. Okay. You know what? I'm going to go over the other stuff a little bit later, because I want to pay attention to this other one that if it opens up and SLCA Silica. I haven't seen that one for a while. That's Silica Sands or something. SLCA Silica Holdings. Yeah, it's an earnings play too. Didn't see it in the pre-market at all. Probably just chopped around. What's the volume like? Pretty good. You guys, with the GovX, I mean, I'd be watching SIGA. I mean, GovX is looking, it's okay, but with SIGA falling, that's kind of the leader in the sector, if you will. I've got to read that more carefully, Casa. I really have to read that more carefully to understand. Maybe this at 160 odd is fairly priced. I don't know. Well, is HKD fairly priced? Of course not. There's no way it should be this high, but so let's see if it is going to be 565, 565. So this is, increasing just a little bit. Let's see if this is going to be a 10-minute halt. Okay, we just opened. It just opened. Huge spread though. Huge spread right now. 525, 587. Tough to trade this. And again, no, if you're new to trading, just mute. Put me on mute. Okay, guys. Again, I really should, if you're new to trading, please disregard everything I'm saying about MGAM. This is very, very highly, 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 highly risky. All right, EB, 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 starting to make a move down. Looks like that 961 is not going to support it, at least right now. I love it. Now, you see every time. So the way I have this organized is that this, what you're seeing here, this is the don't repeat version of this. Okay, when I say this, so the 10, that's why it says DR, don't repeat. So why I like to have it organized like this and have them side by side is this is telling me EB. I had my first alert for EB at 949 and the price was 987. So now I can click on this and I can see, where is this going from there? What has it done? I can see obviously in the right hand side, this is making a new low after new low after new low. That's why it's repeating here. Okay. But let's just say, for instance, I didn't see anything over here. I would click on this and say, well, what has it done since 987? Maybe it's rebounding. Maybe it's just sort of hanging tough there. Maybe that short will set up later. But this gives me this just allows me to go kind of back in time, see what happened from the original alert. So again, 1007 or 1007 for Hilly. The alert was at 877, and that held. I mean, that 8 held so far, and now we're in a bounce mode for it. So that's why I do it like this, because it allows me to kind of go back in time. I see the original alert and the price. I'm sorry, the price of the original alert plus the time. So I can see, okay, what did it do from there? Okay, so believe it or not, what I'm doing with the MGAM, I'm putting a price alert at the high of the day and seeing if later on it takes it out. That's all I'm doing with it. Yeah, I mean, look at GovX now and look at SIGA, guys. I mean, you just have to kind of look at them both. Excuse me. Though GovX was not moving like SIGA did yesterday, but my feeling is that GovX will not move up if SIGA is doing this. Okay, it just won't do it. All right, let me check some of these now. What's happening? And I'm going to go over this, the races, and I'll just kind of quickly go over trade ideas right now. Okay, we have another halt. Oh, VRAX. See VRAX. Actually, this is interesting because VRAX is another monkeypox play, right? But this is actually moving higher and just got halted. VRAX. Again, a new issue. Okay, let me put my homepage in, my homepage link in. Okay, I put my homepage link in. I'm going to go over this pretty quickly. Okay, my advice, save my link. All this information is here. So if you want to, if you want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, all right, I got to size this better. There we go. Okay, you want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. Here's a promo code you can use, Barry for Alpha, 15% off the first month only or the entire year. You know what? This did not load well. Something's happened. I think they changed my homepage or something. They've done something here because it's not sizing correctly. Hmm. Sorry, guys, something has gone haywire with my homepage. I have to tell the developer. Okay, well, I'll try to muddle through this. It just doesn't, I don't know what's happened here, but here's a promo code you can use. You click on Get Trade Ideas. Normally this is right under here, but click Get Trade Ideas. Okay, at least this is working. So we have 4 plans: annual, monthly, premium, standard. Premium annual is 2,000. Standard is 1,000, less the 15% discount. The big difference is the AI. This is what the AI looks like right now. I'll go over that in a little bit. But do not take out an annual subscription unless you absolutely know you want the product, because you better take a look at the terms and conditions about refunds and things like that. There's no mad rush to take out an annual. Take out a monthly to start, okay? Just make sure you want the product. Standard is 118, 228 for the premium. You can apply the 15% discount to the first month only. Yeah, if you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you pay going forward. But at any time, if you want to take out an annual, we will honor the 15%, okay? Now, assuming that you take out a subscription, click on that Let's Get Started. This is a 30-minute video. Mandatory that you do this before you do anything else. It goes over the download and installation. First startup and login, toolbar, and right-click magic. It'll take 30 minutes. Please do that before you get started. If you're going to take the test drive, that's what you should do also. Get prepared. Please don't show up Monday morning on the 15th and not have a clue about what Trade Ideas is all about. You have to do some prep. It's a software program, so you should have a basic understanding. The daily recap video that I do at noon Eastern, you can sign up for it right here. Yeah, it's just something weird happening. Ooh, education is here. So we have a great user guide. At the very least, again, and you can do all this ahead of time, okay? In terms of the test drive, you can do this right now. You want to find out more about what Trade Ideas is all about? Again, the getting started. You should know what an alert window is. You should know what a top list window is, and you should know what the stock racing is. Those are probably the most important, okay? Everything else, there are some important things. I mean, you should know about price alerts and things like that, but really, you should have a basic understanding of Trade Ideas, which always starts off with what is an alert window, what is a top list window, and what are the stock races all about. Daily support. Today's Friday, so in our YouTube room, I'll take a break at around noon, between 12 and 1. In our YouTube room, it should be Andy, and he'll take over for me. And he's more of a swing trader than I am. In fact, all the other guys are more swing traders than I am. So he has a different take on things, way different. I'm the active trader of the bunch. So before I take my break at noon, I'll put the YouTube link in so you can listen to Andy. And Chris Holley from Trade Ideas, he takes over in the YouTube room Monday to Friday between 3:30 and 4:30. Daily webinar, so they're done this week. Next week, it's Monday, Wednesday. Rotation, the following week, it'll be the Tuesday, Thursday, but you can sign up for them all right here. And one last thing, if you're new to trading, this is a great free series. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put it on, or put this together. It starts off with what is a stock? I know that's pretty basic, but if you're new to trading, I really, really recommend you take a look at this. And last, it's hard to see here. I don't know if you click on my link, I don't know if it's formatted like this. It shouldn't be, but click here for my scans. Yeah, this is all really screwed up now. I don't know what's going on. So here are my scans that I'm sharing. This is the race mode. This is the pre-market actives up and down that I use in the pre-market. You'll hear me talk about Zacks, bouncers, and toppers. And of course, my 10-day daily breakdown and the up. You can look at the 10-day daily break up also. But right now, this has been a star, the 10-day daily breakdown. Sorry about this, guys. I don't know why the formatting's like this right now. So my advice, save my link. Then you can look at all this anytime you want. My scans. Sorry, all my scans and the guide, etc. Yeah, so I'm not a big back tester at all, but yes, you can. I mean, you can determine how many shares you want to take. You can either go on every trade is either on a per share basis or a dollar amount. Okay, so you can control. So, but it has to be the same every trade. So you might say, well, I'm going to take 100 shares every trade, or I'm going to commit $5,000 to every trade, or I'm going to risk. You can also do on a risk amount, a risk $100 or $200 every trade. Okay, that you can do that in the back tester. What you should do is take a look at the guide and go to the back testing section. Okay. Well, it's not going to limit the number of trades. No. Now you can limit the number of times if you've gone through the back testing. Again, I don't back test at all, but it will not. You're right. It will not limit the number of trades. But the back tester is really not a matter of. I mean, the back tester is just to see whether or not a strategy is working or not. Okay. I mean, that's really the idea of it. Checking to see, how well a strategy works. And so the whole thing, again, I'm not a back tester at all, but in the back tester, so it's not a matter of limiting the number of trades, but what you want to do, I mean, obviously, if you back tested something and there were 2,000 occurrences going back, say 63 trading days, well, now you start getting into the optimization procedure, maybe whittle that down to, you know, 150 trades, 100, 200 trades, something like that, just to see. And by optimizing, maybe pick a different price range, maybe a time of day that works better, things like that. But that's all. Like, I don't back test at all. I'm not an expert on back testing. We can't speak to anybody. I mean, like what do you want to really know? Well, again, did you look on the guide about back testing? Did you and it's not good enough for you? I mean, I haven't even looked at that. I don't even know how in depth it is. But back testing is most of our customers don't do it. I mean, it's you have to go through the optimization procedure. So there's nobody's going to say Well, this is how you do it in terms of, I mean, the guide tells you how you start the back test, and then I'm sure it must talk about now you can start to look at optimization. Maybe pick a time frame where there seems to be more success of the strategy, maybe a price range, things like that. But I mean, most of our customers just don't do it. I mean, it's really tough because you got to really want to do something like that because it's really time consuming. So then you again, you can back test a strategy and it may look really good, for maybe a week, and then all of a sudden you're getting results and they're terrible. And that's when you have to go back. That's what, in essence, what the AI kind of does. It goes back, it has strategies, but every day it has to optimize them and start changing the filter values, maybe add a filter in, take a filter out. So, I mean, that's why it's a real time consuming job to keep trying to optimize your own strategies and not get into curve fitting. I mean, you can't say, well, I got this one strategy, two trades, and it worked great. If you optimize it down to, I mean, I'm really exaggerating, but there's nobody really to talk to. It's just a matter of trial and error. Look at Siga now, guys. I mean, yeah, I'm just looking at Siga. Siga just took out the 22 again. All right, guys, I'm out of the EB. I should have been mentioning this before. The EB, the minute it started approaching that 960 again, just, I'm out of it. But not a bad trade. Okay, well, things have slowed down just a little bit for me now, so I guess I can talk a little bit more about trade ideas. So, again, welcome to the room if you're new to the room. And trade ideas, what are we? We're a scanner. We scan the US stock market. Doesn't matter where you live in the world, doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use trade ideas. So, on my homepage, it was really strange looking. I was showing you how I am sharing my scans, but we also have a lot of scans here. Here meaning if you click on new from the toolbar and then click on dock channel bar, these are all theme-based channels. So if I click on show more, I'm going to see all the channels. Okay. So explosive winners. If I click on explosive winners as an example, and I'm going to go over the racing in a lot more detail in a bit. So explosive winners. So this race you see here, my race is based on it. I've made some adjustments for it, for my style of trading. But in essence, this is the race, and it's the relative, well, now they're called the relative strength leaders from the open. Okay, so these are the strong stocks relative to the open. Let me go to another channel because I'm going to go over this in a lot more detail. I'm going to the momentum channel. Okay, so this is, you see this is an alert window. We know that because it's an A in the upper left-hand corner. So these are real-time alerts coming in. So AMTX, you can just see right there. Wow, look at AMTX as an example, okay? So let's just say you wanted this scan. You want this scan. And first of all, in order to see what it's looking for, here's MUX. There's MUX making a new high. What Traded is really, really good at is creating real-time alerts, what we call events. So this is the event. If I right-click on the window, the scan, and click on configure and then click on summary. This is telling me exactly what the scan is looking for. So in this particular case, it's looking for stocks between $1 and $50. Current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading 3 times normal up to this point of the day. This is kind of the key one right here. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal. 5 minutes is 400% of normal. That's why you're usually seeing a big volume burst. Okay, and if all of these filter values are met and a stock makes a new high for the day, that's when we get a real-time alert. Okay, that's why we see these stocks. So if you like this scan exactly the way we've designed it, or you can always modify it. Let's just say you like the concept, but maybe you want a different price range. So I'm going to change that now to 10 and 100. Click on the OK. You see how it's now 10 and 100. I'm going to click on OK again. So now you've actually changed the scan to 10 and 100 from 1 and 50. So two things. If you like the scan exactly the way we've constructed it, or if you make a change, once you've done that, then you right click and you duplicate it into a free floating window. Basically what that's doing is it's taking it out of this layout. And just like I said, now it's free floating. Why would you do that? Now you can right click, save or share to cloud, save it. Now it's in your cloud. The save or share is a great feature we've got, meaning you can actually that's how I share my links with you. Okay, my scans with you. But typically you'll just do the save. Now it's in your cloud. So what I'm trying to show you is that now you can go to the different channels and start looking at the different scans that we've created for you. And you can, if you see something you like, again, always right click, configure, summary, and that's going to show you what the scan is looking for. If you like the idea the way it is, or maybe make an adjustment, and then you save it to the cloud, like first duplicate it into a free floating window and then save it to the cloud. Then once you've got some of the scans that we've created, or maybe some of the scans that I've given you, then you can start to bring them back one at a time, making your own layout without actually knowing how to create a scan from scratch. Okay. So again, I'm not trying to teach trade ideas in 2 minutes. I'm just showing you some of the highlights. Now, of course, if you want to build your own scan, you can. So for instance, this scan right here, if I right click, the GOVX, guys, is now starting to move again. GOVX. I right click, configure. Now, instead of clicking on summary, I'm going to click on search. When you see these icons, these are the real-time alert icons. Of course, we've got tons of them. But at the very top, the new high of the day and new low of the day. That's typical. That's all I really use. That's not what you have to use. We've got a lot of them. And if I scroll down, these are the filter icons. Don't get hung up on how many we have. When the company started in 2003, they figured that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create their scans. So what they tried to do is create enough alerts and enough filters for them, so that for the majority of our customers, they could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. All sorts of different trading styles out there. But do not get hung up on how many you have. You don't have to learn them all. Okay? So again, if you want to make your own scans, of course you can. But we have a lot of scans that we've created for you. My advice, if you're starting out, I would take a look at the scans that we've created, my scans, and then maybe make modifications from them. That's all. Or of course, you can create a scan right from scratch. No, Mike, no. The question is, the alerts are ors. That's what they are. The alerts are not and. So in other words, I could have different. So his question was, you'll notice that all of my scans only has one alert. Okay. Now you can have multiple alerts. So I could say, okay, show me when a stock makes a new high, or show me when a stock makes a new 5-minute high, or so the alerts are ors. Okay, so you cannot use them. They're not ands. Only the filters are ands. Okay. But typically, I just, I'll never use more than one alert in my scans. Well, yeah, there are some. If you look, there are some alerts and filters that are kind of the same. Okay, not a lot of them. But to answer your question in general sense, no, you can't. And I doubt it if it will ever happen. My advice really though is to, limit the number of alerts you got in a scan. Otherwise, you can get overwhelmed. But I do hear what you're saying. But for instance, and I've never used it like this, but if I type in relative volume, you see here is an alert for high relative volume, and here is the sort of the equivalent filter for it, as an example. Okay, you will see some like that. If I type in volume, high relative volume, a 1 minute volume spike as an alert, and then as a filter, volume 1 minute. Okay, so there are some, so you could sort of say, okay, maybe I could use this and this, because this has to be, these are the ands, relative volume, volume 1 minute, these are the ands, and then you could have another one as the alert. Not you wouldn't use one of these, if that makes sense. So in other words, you could sort of, this is high relative volume, 1 minute volume spike. These are the alerts. What you're, if you, what, so what you would be at, what you're asking before is, could I turn these into ands? Well, in this case, you could try it with the relative volume filter, and the volume 1 minute has to be satisfied. But you're not going to find too many like that, if that makes sense. Oh, I know I'm missing something here. Yeah, GOVX. Okay, give me one moment, please. Oof, what a morning. All right, guys, let me talk about the racing and what you're seeing here. Okay, the biggest gainers from the open. So racing. First of all, I'm going to go over this, but you really should go to the user guide. Okay, it's got a couple of videos. Let me see if I can load that again, if it looks better. No, still all messed up. Anyway, if I the education section, click here, and then the user guide. So I'm going to go over a lot of this, but you should have a reference, okay? And here it is, TI stock race. And this is all got a lot of great detail in here, all about what the racing is, okay? And this is something that I think is so important, especially if you're a new trader, and I'm going to explain why. So the stock race is always starts off from a top list window. So I'm running this. This is my top list window. It's named biggest gainers from the open percent. Very, very simple. This is just a list of stocks that meet these filter requirements. Okay. Now you can run a race on any top list that you create. This is the one I'm running it on. So if the price is between 1 and 50, minimum volume of 200,000 shares. And I put this in here. The stock has to be up 2% from the close. I just want to see the positive stocks for the day. Okay, so that's what this symbol, this top list window, these are why these stocks are showing up here, okay, because they meet those filter requirements. Now I'm going to run a race on it. So I just want to duplicate the window. Wow, look at GLVX now. Not in it. So to start a race, you right click on your top list window and you click on launch real-time stock race. This is what you'll see. Now, if you don't see this, in other words, if you don't see something that says show company logos, make sure you have to be in the latest beta, okay? That's a question we get all the time. You know, my races still show the race cars. How do you get the logos? But now race lanes, I only want to see 10. I only want to see 10 here, okay? I don't care about seeing more. So I want to see 10 symbols here. So that's why I've picked 10. You can have more, but I think I don't think it's necessary, but now, the minutes to run the race. This is going to be up to you. I'm running my race every 4 minutes. Okay, so in other words, I run a race, takes 4 minutes, and then once that race is over, another one will begin. And that's that auto rerun. So why I picked 4 minutes? There's no real magic to it. I mean, I could have picked 3 minutes. I guess I could have picked 5 minutes. I could have picked 2 minutes. I guess I decided to pick 4 minutes. That was just my comfort zone. Okay, you know, you don't have to use 4 minutes. I think 1 minute is probably too quick, but it's up to you. But here's where it gets interesting. Okay, it's the based on. So this is a drop down. If you click on that down arrow, you'll see, excuse me, you'll see some headings here or some options to pick from. Excuse me, sorry about that. Why do we see these? Because these are the column headers that are in my top list. Okay, so for instance, people say to me, well, I'd like to run my race on the change from the open, but I don't have that as a selection. That's because you don't have it as a column header in your top list. You have to add it. Okay, well, so let's assume it's there. I mean, you don't have to run the race on the change from the open, but that's what I like to do. So I pick based on change from the open, and then the sort on, always use delta value right now. Okay, that'll allow you that when a stock is winning a race, you'll see it start floating up to the top of the leaderboard. Okay, if you use the delta. Don't ask me about any of the other options. I have no idea why you would use it. Okay, but so use delta. I like to use the replace cars. That allows it to float to the top. I like the show company logos. Again, if you don't have that as an option, you must be on the latest beta. And then auto rerun. So what that means is that once a race is over, a new race will begin. Last thing I like to do is I'll right click on this window and I like to show the top 10 winners. When I do that, that's why, you know, I'll explain that when I get out of this. So once I do that, then I can start the race. Okay. So what are we seeing in this race? Now, first of all, that's what I meant by the top 10 winners. At the end of the day, you'll see the top 10 winners ranked from 1 through 10. And so you'll notice here GovX is at the top and it says 4. That means GovX, and it's probably going to win another race right now, has won a race up to 11:06 Eastern time. Remember, I started at 9:30, has won 4 races. This turns into a great watch list for the day. And again, I will explain that. So see how this race just ended. So now another race will begin. So the top lists are great. You know, in the past, before we had the racing, what you could do with the top list is it would tell you, okay, show me the stocks that are up the most from the open, or show me the stocks that are up the most from the close, or show me the stocks that have the highest relative volume, because you could sort. Boy, this is, I'm ticked off. I'm not into GovX, but hopefully some of you guys saw that and got into it. So you could take any one of these column headers For instance, if I double left click on relative volume, this will show me the leader. This means AMTD is 71, is relative volume is 7. This means it's trading 71 times normal up to this point of the day. Okay, so you can click on any one of these headers and get and show the ones that are either up the most from the open or the close or highest relative volume, the biggest change in the last 15 minutes. Look at GovX, biggest change 14.3% in the last 15 minutes. Okay, so that's all well and good. I've sorted on the change from the open percent. That's all well and good, but I can't really tell by looking at GovX that is it moving right now? Is QK moving right now? I can see that it's at the top here, but I can't really tell if it's moving. You know, obviously I could stare at this number and see if it's changing, but that would be crazy to have to do all day long. I certainly couldn't tell if something down here is starting to move. So what the race does is when a race starts, everybody is at the well, obviously everybody's at the same position at the starting line, and then the race starts. What this is telling me then, why we see stocks starting to float up to the top, is that these are stocks that are with in relation to the rest of the stocks in the in this list are moving the most. Okay, so that's telling me that AMTD right now, let's pull back a little bit. It's not a tremendous move. You know, BTTX 1.52%. It's not a tremendous move, but sometimes you're going to see something that's moving 5, 10, 15%. Click on it, see what's happening. Okay. And you don't have to wait for the race to be over. You know, if something is starting to move, you know, click on it and see what's happening. So hopefully that makes sense. And when the race starts, everybody is in the same starting position. But GovX, even though it's still at the top of, you know, this list here, it may not be moving at all, but something down here may be really starting to move. You know, HYZN, okay, it's at 7.2% right now. But what if all of a sudden, for whatever reason, it was now 8%, 9%, 10%, 11%? You'd never know just by trying to stare at a list like this. That's why the racing is so awesome. It's telling you what is moving right now. Okay, the relative strength, what is moving right now. Why I have Tesla and Apple here is just to kind of show you that, I mean, everybody, you know, wants to follow Apple. Well, I shouldn't say everybody, but people, of course, aware of Tesla and Apple, just to show you that, you know, unless something extraordinary happens with Tesla or Apple, you know, they are not going to be big movers compared to these stocks like this that are really, really moving. High relative strength. It's funny because Apple, when it had earnings yesterday, because this list does work, this race does work after hours. You know, it actually was the first time that I saw Apple actually moving a little bit up the leaderboard. But typically, and I'm not saying don't trade Apple, don't trade Tesla. If you can find a way to do it, you know, through options or any other way, great. It's just not the way I like to trade because I want to see the stuff that's really moving on a percentage basis. And of course, we don't ever have to worry. You know, some people say, well, yeah, something's really moving on a percentage basis, but you know, how liquid is it? Well, we're only looking at liquid stocks. You know, liquid meaning you can get in and out of a stock. Tons of, you know, probably millions of shares are traded. So what happens then is that, as I say, this is a top 10 list. So this turns into a great watch list for the day. I mean, a stock that keeps winning race after race after race has to be watched. You know, maybe GovX pulls back a little. You know, maybe, you know, you didn't get in, but maybe, you know, you thought to yourself, well, you know what, I wouldn't mind getting into GovX, but only if it pulls back to say 273. So in conjunction with our price alerts window, you can do something like that. You know, you might say, well, okay, I don't want to chase it right now, but I would sure be interested if it pulls back to this level. So you just create a price alert, 282, and you can see right down there, hopefully you can see it on my price alerts, the price alert has been created. So if GovX moves back down to this price, you'll be alerted. So, you know, the price alerts window in conjunction with the racing really allows you to start focusing on only the stocks that are really active during the day. Now, I would encourage you to do this because one of the problems that you can have with trade ideas is you can have so many different things going on. You don't want to miss any sort of a trading setup. So you'll have, 5 or 10 alert windows. You'll have bunches of top list windows, and you think, okay, now I'm covered. Problem is you've got too much going on. You're clicking like mad and not getting anything done. So I have completely pared down the ones that I look at now. This is it. These are the 2 alert windows that I got. And you can see, I only have 3 on the daily breakout and 3 on the daily breakdown. And in ZachScan, there's only 1. This is a duplicate on the bounce play. And there are only 1, 2, 3, 4 on the topping plays. So not many alerts. So consequently, I spend now about 99% of my time on this window right here. That is my main focus. And I would encourage you, if you're new to trade ideas, new to trading, I'm not saying you have to use this top list, but if you're looking for active stocks, this certainly is probably be hard pressed to find anything that's better. That is excellent to hear, Small Steps. Give me a moment, please. All right. Well, I see EB is starting to make its way down again, but I'm not in it. I'm not in it anymore. I started approaching that 961 level, but if this takes out 9 later on, that might still give us something to trade. So, this 10-day daily breakout is just not all about shorting. There's the GovX on the 10-day daily breakout at 261. We're at 3 right now. Again, these are all scans that I'm sharing. But the GovX was here. I didn't even need that scan, to see it. Really what I use this for now are for the shorting opportunities. There you are. Come on, you fool. I don't know why. I just get a chuckle out of that every time you post that, Paul. Yeah, so TNXP again, like monkeypox play. Ooh, 11:17 already. I mean, you can tell, guys. I mean, I knew this was going to happen, but when you're in earnings season, you get so many different interesting either earning season or companies that are just, reducing guidance or raising guidance, things like that. So you just get so many plays. Hey, Mike, I appreciate your work in the YouTube room. Whew, okay. Okay, let me talk a little bit about, well, the AI is having a pretty good day, actually. Um, these are way outside the price range I like to trade, but nonetheless, this is what the AI looks like, okay? So if you have our premium service, I would make it very easy on yourselves. Just take a look at this window right there. So click on from our toolbar, click on new, and the AI/Holley strategy trades window. Now, my guess, this is the window that you see, okay? Nothing happens in this window until at least 9:35, okay? So you won't get any pre-market alerts from the AI. So what I would do is I would incorporate this window as part of your layout. So Monday morning, and as an example, open trade ideas before 9:30. This window will be blank, and then it'll start to fill up with whatever alerts happen during the day. How you trade them will be up to you. My guess, maybe I'm wrong. Okay, there's one earnings play, CLR. Well, DD is an earnings play next week, but typically what happens during earnings season is we get a lot of earnings plays in here. Not because it's scanning for earnings plays, but just because earnings plays typically, give it, are the most active stocks. Okay, but you have a suggested entry, you have a stop, and how you trade it will be up to you. If I have a chance to look at the AI myself, I usually, if again, I usually like a watch list, and I will probably look at the ones that are under $20. That's just my style. Okay, now, oh boy, what am I going to do now? The Brokers Plus window. I've got so. Right, I put a link called Brokers Plus. If you click on the link, you'll see there are two videos. There's a short video if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account. Shows you how you can use this window that we call Brokers Plus to trade your account, okay? Only if you have an Interactive Brokers or E-Trade account. You can load the Brokers Plus window, click on New from the toolbar, and then Brokers Plus. This window will show up. You may have different columns, but in essence, that's what you'll see, okay? But listen carefully, if you don't have an IB or E-Trade account, doesn't mean you can't use trade ideas, okay? We're a scanner. You can use any broker you want. You won't have access to this feature. And if you're using our web-based version, this is not available, nor is the racing available. Okay, I'll be upfront about that. So if you're going to take the test drive and you can only use the web-based version, you might be a little bit disappointed, especially because I think the racing is something that's so key. Now, if you have, typically people are using the web-based version because they have a Mac. There are ways, of course, if you're willing to use an emulation program or something like AWS, Amazon Web Services. But if you're not willing to do that, then you're going to be a bit limited. Doesn't mean it's not the end of the world, but And if you don't care about racing, you don't care about brokerage plus, then that's fine. Now, how I really like to, now the second video in that link is a lot longer, goes into way more detail about how to use this window. How I like to demonstrate its use though is as a simulator. I know I nag, but if you're new to trading, I cannot emphasize enough to practice trading first. Do not commit money to the market until you've practiced. Trading is difficult. We've got a great scanner. It generates great ideas, but it still requires some trading knowledge. So that's why we have a simulator that you can use. All you need is our standard service. And, during the test drive, of course, the simulator is going to be available. And all you need is our standard service. So if you want to take on a subscription right now and you want to practice trading, it uses our real-time data. So you don't even need a broker. So if you're so undecided about who your broker is going to be, fine. But you want to practice, you can use our standard service. And again, it uses our real-time data. So let's just say I want to take AMTD. So I click on the alert. Let me back up. See, it says when you load it, it should say not connected. Okay, so in order to connect, you click on SIM, and then it'll change to account. I click on account, and then it'll change, and then I click on simulator trading default, and now you're in our simulator. Okay. So when I click on an alert, I could do it from the race, or I could click on a price alert, or something else. I've got these scans on another monitor. But the minute I click on an alert, the symbol will show up. You pick how many shares you want to trade. If the spread's okay, I don't want to get into the weeds too much, but the spread 180, 182, it's okay. It's only a couple of pennies. So I can go in at the market. But let's just take this trade. Let's take 500 shares of this. I'll go right in at the market. So you click the buy, and then it sets it up, and then you click the send. I don't like that second step, but they don't listen to me. So entry price 188. Okay. So now if I don't get out of this trade at the end of the day, then this will turn. So you can practice swing trading. So you can take a trade, and if you don't exit it at the end of the day, then you can practice swing trading. Okay. And if I want to get out of this trade right now, I just highlight the trade. If I had a series of trades here, I would just highlight the trade and I could flatten it. That'll get me out of the trade, or I could get it at half my trade, or I could double my position. Some very basic hotkeys here. Of course, I could go into the share box and I could pick how many shares I want to trade. Okay, so practice trading. Yeah, I'm just going to go quickly over money management too. So when you start trading, now notice when I put in that stop, put it at 168, which happens to be 20 cents away from my entry. And a red line appeared on my chart. It says, and it's approximately minus $100. So when I trade, basically, I look for all sorts of reasons not to take a trade. So if I can't, I'll have a checklist. And if I cannot check every box, and guys, it doesn't matter what my checklist is. I have a certain price range, I have a certain minimum volume, I have a certain relative volume. You have to develop your own trading plan and style. Okay, but let me just keep going. So unless I can check every box, I'm not going to take the trade. I try to be very, very selective. I don't trade very much, really. Actually, I've traded probably more in the last couple of days early than I normally do. Some people ask how many do I normally take? It could be 5 or 6 trades a day. That's it. And that's by design because I try to be highly selective. So let's say everything works, or I can check every box and I take the trade. Now, before I take a trade though, I know where my stop is. What's my stop? Well, my stop will be at a price where I think, you know what? The trade's not working for me. I want to get out of the trade. Now, how I place my stops, typically I'm looking at a 5-minute chart to see where I think there's some good support. And if it breaks down through that support level, I want to be out of the trade. What I would do though, if I were new, is I would probably take the low of the previous 5-minute candle and practice doing that. The reason I say that is because my idea of what I see as support on a chart may not be your idea, okay? But the low of the previous 5-minute candle, that's a defined number. So try that. Practice with that, okay, just to see how that works. Now, why did I take 500 shares? Because the next step is, okay, let's say the trade doesn't work. How much am I actually willing to risk on the trade if it goes against me? If I have a $5,000 account, I probably shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. So in the simulator, I like to demonstrate a risk of $100 a trade. That's why that minus 100 appeared on my screen. So if the trade doesn't work, the most I want to lose on the trade is $100. This is in the simulator. Notice my entry was 188. I put my stop at 168 on purpose just to make the math easy. Because if I divide the difference, which is 20 cents, into $100, which I'm willing to risk, I get 500 shares. That's why I took 500 shares. Yeah, I'm only looking at one race, Tyler. I don't have any other races going, if that's what you mean. Question in our YouTube room, I only see one race. Is that what you pay attention to and ignore the rest? Well, if you're talking about, yeah, I only have one race up. Again, the only two alert windows that I have, which give me typically very few alerts during the day, so I'm not distracted very much, are these ones right here. Again, 10-day daily breakout, 3 alerts, breakdown, 3 alerts, and here, this is Zach Scan, which I really haven't looked at today. Usually I look at this more in the afternoon, but very few alerts. Remember, these are duplicates, so there's only 1, 2, and this I call Fox and Fox A about the same. But my point is that I'm not distracted very much from following my race. I've deleted virtually I've deleted every other alert window that I used to have. Meanwhile, look at SNTI. Look at this one go, guys. We're at the top of the leaderboard starting to move. Couldn't see any news on this one. Again, if I can pay, based on what you hear what I'm doing all day long. I'm trying to explain things. I'm trying to trade. But if I see this SNTI and I see it starting to move, I'm going to click on it immediately. I'm not going to wait for it to get it right to the top, okay? Because I want to see what's happening. And so I could have probably caught that move, more in the 240 mark. And then I could have made a determination, do I want to trade this? It looks like it's trying to take out the high here. Now, you can create a race based on the symbols that you like to follow. So if you want to make a symbol list, maybe you have a basket of 20 or 30 stocks that you like to follow. You can make a symbol list, go to the guide. It shows you how to make a symbol list, then attach that symbol list to your top list, and then run the race based on the symbols you like. Look at Tough Build. Look at TBLT. So again, going to always emphasize the idea of practicing trading before you commit money to the market. If you can't make money in a simulator, forget about trying to make money trading live. Now, the problem is, of course, that just because you can make money in a simulator doesn't necessarily translate to making money when you're trading live, because emotions come into it. Emotions meaning this. I've put a stop here at 168. If I get taken out in the simulator, oh well, it's just play money, right? No big deal. Sometimes it's really, really difficult to obey your stop when when you take a trade, because you think this trade, you can't believe it's not working. You're able to check every box, and maybe plus, then maybe there's a bonus. It has news or it's an earnings play, which is not one of the boxes I have to check, but I call that a bonus. But it still does, it's not working, and you can't believe it. So you sort of ignore your stop, thinking, well, it's going to come back. And so the $100 manageable loss turns into $200, $300, $400, $500. And then before you finally trade for a far larger loss than you should have. Well, Tyler, you control the race settings, okay? You control it. Okay, so that's up to you. We'll look at TB. Wow, look at Tough Built now, TBLT. So you can control things like that. Okay, so when you say that is a general question. Okay, I mean you can control what you're seeing in your top list window. So that's why, in this top list window, for instance, it's going to be minimum 200,000 shares. If you want to up that to a million, but in my top list window that I'm basing my race on, it's a minimum of 200,000 shares. Two different buy buttons for two different strategies. Don't quite understand the question. I mean, there's only one buy button here, if that's what you're talking about. You can't have another buy button, if that's what you mean. Yeah, there's only one buy button, so no. But if you have another strategy, why not just, when you get the alert from it, you just click the buy button? I'm not sure I understand what would be the need for it. Wow, look at this monkeypox play again, guys. VRAX. Well, I'm not in EB anymore, guys, but this is really approaching that 9 level now. If you stuck it out, I mean, I couldn't do it. I would never have stuck it out. Stuck it out. Yeah, TBLT is just a monster. I mean, that news yesterday was pretty good. I mean, we can sort of dismiss news a lot of times, but I mean, it was an eye-catching headline, 35 of their products and 5,000 of the home hardwares across, I guess, the States. We have home hardwares in Canada, but I really don't know. Okay, so here's another way you can use it. So again, you're gonna tick me off. I'm not in I'm sure you're still in it, right, Zach? EB? Boy, it's getting close to that 9. So another way to use this top list, or the ones that are ranked here from 1 through 10, the winners. So look at QK, won 4 races earlier, okay? So you take a look at it. You say, okay, it's not doing anything right now, but what if maybe if it got over 235, the highs of those 2 5-minute charts, maybe it'll get running again. So create a price alert. Okay, use because this is a watch list that you can look at all day long for active stocks. I mean, look at TBLT now. Can you not see how this is so? If you just stared at this all day long, if you're looking for active stocks, I mean, can you not see how you could be entirely focused on something like this all day long and not jumping around from alert to alert to alert? I mean, trading is hard, so a lot of it is focus. I mean, I'm not kidding. If they pass the magic wand in 5 minutes from now, if Trade Ideas said, you know what? You can only have one, you can only have one scan. That's it. Okay. This is it. This is it for me. Even though I love my 10-day daily breakdowns and I love Zach's plays when I can look at them, this would be it. This gives me enough all day long to focus on the moving stocks. Well, interesting you say that, Roger. I know you're kidding, but you'll also notice sometimes, I look at the TBLT, and sometimes it's hard to see, but you can see a stock that is really racing higher, and then all of a sudden you'll see a big red flame. That means it's a huge pullback, you know? So you could say, well, maybe it's like a pit stop. Okay. Yeah, again, what you're seeing right now also is, I mean, it's not bad, okay? The way the stocks that are sort of winning the race start to float to the top of the leaderboard, it's not bad, but it's going to improve, I'm told, immensely. There's a prototype out. I don't even have access to it. And this is going to, in fact, and the way it's displayed is going to be changed. So lots of exciting things happening with this race mode. Can't believe how fast this morning has gone. Okay, I just want to confirm that it'll be Andy in our YouTube room in about 20 minutes. Well, Dave, you have that option. If you don't want to replace cars, you can do that. Okay. That's just I like it. I like it floating to the top. Okay. But if you don't want it floating to the top, and if this was winning a race, you want it to remain there, then all you have to do is you don't have to use the replace cars. See, I like it, but that's why I guess it's an option. So you can uncheck the replace cars. In my opinion, this is the biggest innovation that Trade Ideas has had. I'll be honest, I think simulation trading for Brokers Plus is awesome. Okay. I could care less whether we have Brokers Plus or not. I personally trade within IB. I mean, I think there are probably people who like the idea of trading using what from within trade ideas. That's great. We've made some improvements on our charts, things like that. The docking, that's nice, but it's not, it's more of an aesthetic thing. This is the major breakthrough as far as I'm concerned when it comes to our trading, our scanner. Nobody else has something like this. Not that I'm aware of anyway. Nobody. And if I sound promotional, so be it. I'm okay. I'm just looking to see, make sure it's Andy. Yes, okay. Zandy will be in our YouTube room in about 15 minutes. Okay, guys. I'll take my break in about 15 minutes. Not really a break. It's just wow, the VRAX. Holy smokes. Yeah, so Dave W in our YouTube room is saying took my races, in other words, my top list, and made some changes. My top list is not the be all and the end all. Okay, you want to make changes to it. Maybe you want to put in a 5 minute volume burst. Maybe you want to put something like that in. You'll limit the number of things you'll see, but maybe that's what you want to do. A 1 minute volume burst. There's all sort. You can modify. Test it. Do different things. Okay, so you changed. So what Dave did is he changed my price range. I think I've got it 1 to 50. He changed it to 2 to 34, which is okay. Then he made sure. I'm not going to see that many, but that's okay. They must be over the 8, 20, and 50 day moving averages. So stocks that are obviously in a pretty good trend. Now this is the one I'll disagree with, Dave. Okay, the relative volume must be 2 or greater. My guess is that I'll very rarely am I going to see anything that's going to be low relative volume just because of the nature of these moves. What he's got is the 5 day volume must be 300K or over. Okay, and that's fine if that's what you want to do. The reason we have these filters. Just going to show you what I'm talking about. I'm going to search on volume. Okay, so we do have the average daily volume over 5 days, 10 days, and 3 months. Okay. I never use these, okay, because I'm an active intraday trader. Why wouldn't I use these? The reason is because you may get a stock that hardly trades at all. You know, it's trading like 100,000 shares over the last 5 days, or 50,000 shares, or even 10,000 shares. All of a sudden, for some reason, it's having its day and it's exploding. It's trading millions of shares. So if you use that, 300,000 average over 5 days, you'll never see that stock. Now, I'm not saying don't use it, but that's why I never use it. I never, ever, ever use it because I want to see, I don't care. I want to see a stock that's moving today for whatever reason, and it's going to be trading millions of shares. But that's up to you. But it's funny because we get emails from time to time saying, "Hey, how come this stock didn't show up? It's trading millions of shares, and they've got that filter in. So we say, well, send us your cloud link, and we'll take a look at it. And lo and behold, they've got something that says, it's got to be trading 300,000 shares over the last 5 days, and this stock maybe, well, obviously it didn't do that. And yeah, today it's trading 20, 30 million shares, and they get ticked off. They say, what's wrong with your scanner? And they're not realizing, well, you have a filter that's blocking it from happening. Still there, Raman. If you're not getting, if you're not, well, first of all, are you're talking about, let me just do something here. Why did it, I don't know why that disappeared. Something's going wrong. Well, okay, Raman, are you a subscriber to Trade Ideas? Like, do you have the program? Or did you just subscribe? Okay. Okay, so that doesn't get emailed out to subscribers. For you to see it, just click on new and then dock channel bar. You actually get this earlier than it gets emailed out, okay? And just click on, it's called Swing Picks, okay? So Monday morning, you can click on it, or Sunday night. It might even be there Sunday night. So you can click on Swing. They don't get emailed out if you have a subscription. It's part of your subscription. You only get it emailed out if you're paying that $17 a month, which you shouldn't be paying if you have a Trade Idea subscriber or a subscription. Okay, I'm gonna have to, something's going on here. Let me just do a connection again. Oh, there we go. Okay. Well, you don't have to pay the $17. If you're a Trade Idea subscriber, you don't have to pay the $17. Okay? Because you already have access to it if you're a subscriber. Just go to just go to the Swing Picks channel and Monday morning, and you'll see them. Probably even Sunday night. You said you're a Trade Idea subscriber, right? Oh, I see. Okay. Um, I think I think this should do it. Yeah. Okay, that's the link. I call it strength alerts. I mean, they've renamed it swing. Okay, but it's that is the link for it. Don't talk about it too much in this room because those are, as Michael Noss will say when he has his stint on Tuesdays. I mean, these are boring compared to the active ones that we look at all day long. But if you're looking for sort of the more boring type swing picks, and you can't spend all day long staring at a computer, it may be the way you want to go. Look at the VRAX now. It just got was halted and now it's resumed. Oh, what a day, guys. Another unbelievable day. Just action, action, action. Yeah, I mean, swing trading might be a little bit easier if we really believe the SPY is going to hold. And I think I had a price alert set for the SPY. Let's see, where did I have that? I must have deleted it. Yeah, the 416 level. Kind of see these weeks over here. I mean, if the SPY can get through 416, I mean, anything is possible. Take a look at Codex, CODX from Mike in our YouTube room. There's the 200-day moving average. All right, guys, this AMTD, I'm not in it. I was in this earlier, in my real account. I exited, but this is getting interesting again. I was hoping it would do this then. Maybe take out two. What's HKD doing? HKD? Unbelievable. High is 254. I mean, there's been no real profit taking in this thing. I mean, intraday, there's been some, don't get me wrong, but I mean, you look at a daily candle like this, I mean, there's been no severe profit taking. And what this doesn't show you, of course, because this is such a wide range, of course, there's been 20, 30, $40 swings within, but wow. And this is just making a new high again, right? Yeah, another new high. Well, guys, AMTD now over two again. Not again, but over two. When I say again, it didn't hit over two, it got up to 197. Well, Boy, if this holds through this time, I mean, the next high looking left is 250, and then after that is at 264. I mean, the tie-in with that HKD, I mean, I guess it's there, it is there, but so the longer this holds two, maybe setting up a nice base at two, volume is coming in. All right, so it looks like EB has somewhat predicted that 9 level is holding, as somewhat predicted earlier. Just have to look, when you start looking left and you start seeing, the bigger picture. So you look at an EB and just look at these two monthly candles sitting right at 9. That as we speak has proved to be support. All right, guys, Andy is going to show up, I'm sure, anytime now. In fact, there he is. There he is. I just heard a little ping. Give me a moment, Andy. Hopefully you can hear me.
Yes, yes. Can you hear me, Barry?
I can hear you loud and clear. So first,
Ah, great.
just want to shut down my music. Now I can hear you more clearly.
So, man, that's right. You like to listen to music when you trade, don't you?
Oh yeah, I have
Yeah,
music,
gotta
and
have it, huh?
they gotta have it. Way
There you
too
go.
quiet. Boy, look at AMTD, Andy. This thing AMTD and HBK. The link between them is still I'm finally finding it a little bit strange, but my goodness.
What's the symbol again?
Well, look at AMTD,
Oh man,
and
yes,
then of course look at HKD.
I saw that one earlier.
So HKD, but look at this. I mean, look at the names of these companies.
Ah, interesting.
Yeah, exactly. So there is a link
Ah,
here. Okay.
yes,
And so look at this HKD now, almost at 300. I mean, this is GME stuff.
it
Really.
really is. Yeah,
You know?
that's some parabolic moving there. Look at that, 100 and just in this candle, 100 and what, 13 points?
Yeah.
Jeez.
Oh, Andy, why
Crazy,
didn't
man.
you? But look at it. Just like 5 days ago at 14.
Gosh, what's
Okay.
going on, man?
Well, it's I don't know. I know. I'm just waiting to see if this AMTD can kind of catch up to it. I mean, I don't expect it's going to get up to $300, but it's like get to 10. I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah.
But that's why
Uh,
trading is all sorts of fun.
it really is. It really is. Well, technically, it got above yesterday's high, so don't see any reason why it can't go to the 250 range.
Yep.
Hmm.
And that is not financial advice.
No, no, of course.
Okay, Andy, I'll let you
All right,
go.
buddy. Yeah, enjoy your break.
A 5-2, is that good? Or do you want me earlier?
Oh, you can come at 5-2, or you can come at right on the top of the hour, whatever you want to do, Barry.
Okay, you don't
All
have to
right,
leave
buddy.
early. I just checking. Okay, I'll let you
All right.
go.
Bye bye.
Uh,
Hey, Mike C. How are you, buddy? Today, the only really good one that I grabbed today, and I've already sold half of it, was Soul. I caught this one at, you know how I like to watch the China stocks. I caught it at 580 this morning when I was crazy little a little bounce started happening in the China stocks. I knew this was strong. I knew the solars were strong. I caught that. I did sell half at 609, still in half. But other than that, it's let me shut this phone off. Hold on. Uh, it's been a good week. The China stocks kind of let me down, but I made it up. TNXP's been a really good one for me. I've been in this for like 3 days at 173. Now I have been, you know, parsing some out along the way. Looks like it may want to go test this 208 level. So that's been a really good one trading for me this week. Uh, uh, Bought this Indo underwater in that one, but not not a big size in that because it's really not breaking out anywhere. So that was kind of like a maybe a third of the size. But other than that, the China stocks, boy, I'm lucky I have made money because there's been a big pullback in the China stocks. I do like JKS. I've been in this. This was called in the. I've been it from 63.05. I like the way it's holding up compared to the China. I think it's one of those stocks. If you do get a bounce in China, this is going to rip. Uh, I've been in for a couple of days, basically flat on this one. I did have to thin out this morning though because I wanted it to hold. You know this 50 period. I like buying stocks. I made a lot of money on DQ buying it back on its 50, and I really like this setup yesterday. It did, of course. I still like it. I may have to, buy it back into more if it can go positive. But uh, not doing a whole lot today. Didn't like chasing the market. Let me pull up my. Uh, let's pull up. I wanted to show you guys because what I've done, and I really wanted to drop that soul in there today, but I got preoccupied. If you go to the doc channel bar, I talked about this in my webinar yesterday. Yes, yes, that ENPH was a good one, and I missed that in First Solar. I just did not want to chase those gap ups, and I probably should have. But what I've done, guys, if you to go for those who are interested in the Trader's Eye, which is swing trading calls, I got a lot of requests to show my watch list. So I have done this. So every morning when you come in here, I usually post it about 30 minutes before the bell. You will see the watch list for today. So, and then of course, when I change this to a 5-minute high, so it'll be timestamped. So if I do drop a swing trade in there after this move we've had in the last few days on a Friday, I'm just not, something's got to really look good for me to drop a swing trade today. But hey, Rajiv, how you doing? Good. Hope you're having a good day. Let's see. It sounds like when you say good day, I don't know if you're just telling me good day or that you're actually having a good day. Where's my B plus? There it is. Uh, I had a relative volume race to your watcher. Okay, there you go. That's a good idea. Okay, thank you, Rajiv. Yes, good day to you too, buddy. Yes. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna play around. I think what would be a good race would be run a 1 minute volume column, and then of course that's a custom for a top list, isn't it? Well, should work though still. And just run a 1 minute volume column and then sort by that, of course, and then you can have races where volume is coming in. So that's something I'm going to play with next week for sure. Hi, Jim. How are you? Oh, all you have to do is go to now. I made it available in the Trader's Eye. So you just got to go to new and pull up the dock channel bar, and you will see my watch list in here. Every morning, it'll be a new watch list. Uh, I'm noticing a lot of these stocks lately. The earnings play, you got to be careful. That a lot of them are really gapping up big. Amazon gapped up pretty much flat from the open. X, you're seeing. Well, X actually had a little move. That was a nice little move there in X. But Apple, you're seeing a lot of this. I noticed, and during earnings season. So uh, just gapping up a little bit too far for me. LAC is another one, gapped up pretty much flat from the open. And I do have my races. That's a nice looking chart right there. ELF kind of set from change from the open. That's what it's sorted by. So that's a nice looking chart. Elf on the shelf. Hi, Iris. How are you? So anyway, I did have a lot of requests for, showing my watch list. I had reservations about it just because I did not want people to think, "Hey, these are all good long calls." That's not the case. A lot of the things on my watch list are going to be pullback alerts, and stocks like, stocks that are pulling back maybe to the 50. Let's see this tagging the 50. I think I shared this once, and these are stocks that are pulling back. Look at Amgen. It did it again today. So a lot of times I will use these alerts for potential Vizio, perfect little pullback to the. Oh, that looks actually pretty interesting right there. All right, let's see. I gotta keep an eye on my Soul is still doing good there. Looks like it may want another run. Not seeing really any the next high on this thing is around 630. So I'm anticipating that SOL will get there today. And JKS is still looking good for me. DQ is not really doing anything. I don't know why. I'll put alert in there in case it ever goes back to highs. Uh, TNXP trying to go back to highs. Still in. Got about a third of my position left from my original position from 173 area. But well, I probably not gonna be buying anything else today. I'm more in kind of a in selling mode. What that boozy do? I did sell that this morning when it did not hold that level. Yeah. See, this is a stock I bought yesterday around, yeah, I think around $8. And then what happened is it popped up today, and I said, "Well, you got a high right here that it looks like it was going to break through 835." I added at 833. It breaks through. Now, when I do that in this current market that we have, I am looking for a move and to hold this current high. And when it did not do that, I just bailed. I bailed at right eight. I think at 833 is where I sold it. Just for me lately, and I talked about this in my webinar yesterday, buying pullbacks. There's still a lot of angst in the market. So a lot of times in the early going, you can find these nice stocks getting hit at the open, and that's where I've had my best luck lately. Not trying to chase 52-week highs or several month highs. Okay, let's see. Uh, yeah, HKD. Good job, Jim. Could you share that again? Pull back to 50, screwed mine up. Okay, tagging the 50, I think you're talking about. Let me see if I still have it in here. Where'd it go? Let me just pull it up again. There it is. Got it on history. You put it on real time and I'll share it for you again. Yeah, you can find some really good deals, really good stocks on bargains getting hit, especially in the early morning. So I'll put it on real time. Well, actually, let me do this so I'm not making another copy. There you go. And one thing good about stocks that are pulling back and hitting the 50, you're welcome. They're in a bullish chart on the daily time frame because they're above their 50-day moving average. They're coming back. So obviously, if they're above their 50-day moving average, there's got to be some construction, bullish construction to the chart in the last 50 days because they're above that 50-day moving average. So, uh, and when I usually do buy off the something like that, it's usually always no more than a half size. Okay, Soul looks like it's going to go to highs. I really wanted to drop that in the eye this morning. I got preoccupied. I just love that setup. Let's see, JKS I dropped yesterday in the eye. LI was about 2 days ago. I think it may have been, yeah. Yeah, this endo. It's got to bounce here. I'm gonna have to get out. It's got its couple of moving average here. It needs to hold. So you are looking for gap down and reverse. No, not so much of a gap down, a drive down, Rajiv. So let's pull back up the tagging the 50 and show you kind of what I like to see. Let's put it on today. Let's look for a couple of simple symbols. I need to pay more closer attention in the early morning, but that's usually when I'm watching my portfolio and checking to see how the stocks are acting. But Amgen's probably not something that I would have been. Now, yesterday that was a pretty big drive down. Today I would not be interested, but yesterday, yeah, that drive down because I mean, gosh, that dropped 14. Was that 14 points on the open? No, no, it's just 4 points, $4. Yeah, yeah, not my bag of tea there. You're not. I like to see more movement over the last 50 days. This has kind of just been going sideways. Let's see if we can find a better example. Same thing with Navarus would not be uh, that one. Good lord, that would have had too much. That was today, too much volume. I don't know if that's a earn, it's news or something. More, so I probably wouldn't have jumped in that. Not seeing a lot now. That there you go. That's something more I'd be looking for. Something that's had a nice move and then a deeper pullback. To these levels. Not something that's just been kind of trading sideways and slowly sloping higher. I would look for something like this. It's had a nice move and then drive down to that level. Although that's a pretty big gap down. And yes, that's earnings, so I'd have to be careful there. But that's kind of the pattern I would be more looking for. Visio, kind of same thing there in Visio. You've had a decent move over a time period, and then a nice, heavy pullback, and no earnings. So yeah, that would be something I'd be interested in. AMTX, yeah, that's what you call an intraday bull flag. You had a move up, and now you got flagging sideways, and not only that, you got a creeping underneath 10 period moving average that's very strong. And not only that, it looks like it has a destiny that for this $8 range, uh, that would be the next high. So yeah, Dave, that's not bad looking at all. Would have liked personally, I would like to catch them earlier, but still, whether rather than being up 18%, but there's no weakness there, so there's no reason why that just can't keep going. Okay, yeah, good job, Dave. Yeah, there's a lot of good things to say about that chart. You can't get more of a bullish intraday flag than that. Wonder if it's showing up on my intraday bull flag. Probably not. Let's just see. Oh, a lot of them. Let me see if AMTX is in there. I am not seeing it. Let me look at maybe. Uh, configuration price is about $3. Change from definitely up on the day. Position and range definitely in the 80 top. I mean, the top 80% of his position and range. 3 minute range is 0.3%. 30-minute range. Yeah, that should be in there. Relative volume one. Average daily volume. Hmm. Yep. Hate when that happens. I gotta go in and figure out why it's not showing. Let me do something here. Let me widen out this. Okay, that does report earnings. Let me put this at 0.5. Now let's do 1% just to make sure we got it covered. Because that may be it. Yep, that's it. It's the 30-minute range. It has a range of zero point 0.9, so that would, since it is a not a very expensive stock, it doesn't take much to move 0.9%. But this is a good. I'm gonna drop this in there because I know some of you people haven't shown this in a while and may not have it. You can play around with this. Honestly, I kind of like to keep it maybe 0.05, because if you put it at zero point 0.1, you're going to get a lot of stocks in there. And I got to change the symbol list to all symbols. I heard a Barry. Wow. Now what did I do? I screw something up. Oh, I think I just need to put 0.5. Let's just do this. Bring up the original one because since I've been butchering this one. Bull flag intraday. And you can see there's a lot of, come on. Yeah, another good one there. Look at that HEI. Oh, boy. There's a bunch of textbook bull flags in there. Anyway, I will share this. And I do have one for the bull flag daily setup. I'll share it first. And we'll take a look at it, see if there's anything in there. And KB. Looking for a move on the daily. Here's your move right here. Actually, it's got to be over the last 20 days. So you've had a move. You've got to have a move of at least 3% in the last 20 days. And then you got that sideways action. Actually, this looks pretty good, actually. A couple of good volume bars. Low volume, though. Average 333. You're welcome, Wolf. You are welcome. Sun W for a swing. Let me take a couple of these. There's a nice one. You've had a move and flagging sideways on the daily pattern. And another thing too, guys, if you've been struggling with how to create patterns, uh, look at my filters on these bull flag setup. Okay, it's all about using the position in range, the range, the change over a certain time period, because you can get really creative by using range filters. And as you can see, I was able to basically construct both a daily bull flag and an intraday bull flag just by using a different range filters. So take a look at that, and it'll help you. It'll really help you when you're building a early alert. I mean, other alerts in top list. And somebody wanted me to look at Sun W. Yeah, nice couple of days here. Obviously, kind of an alternative energy, right? A couple of them have been doing Ballot Power's kind of plug. That's kind of why I bought Soul this morning, and kind of why I'm in JKS. But yeah, I mean, if you're not already in it, honestly, personally, for me, these cheap stocks, I really like to catch early. Okay. Because you think about it. Think about all these people that are in this thing from the mid $1 range or even anywhere below two. Okay. Not two, but anywhere below, say, 180 before this move. They're sitting on a huge percentage gain. Okay. So, what that's something where if personally, I would look to buy a pullback if I wanted to get in a swing because, like I said, any sign of weakness, I know how these traders are that trade these $2. They're going to be banging out profits quick. You're going to have a flash down. I'm not saying that's going to happen, but personally, what I would probably do is set an alert down here, maybe just above two. See if you can get a pullback, and see if it holds that $2 range. Uh, if I was looking to enter a swing. I'm not telling you not to enter a swing here because I don't want to tell you that. And next week this thing's at $5. Anything can happen. But I'm just telling you personally how I uh, like to view. I mean, my idea of, especially on cheap stocks, I really like to be early. Uh, I like to be early, really, on all of them. It's like this SO, Indo. Steve got me in there. uh, I'm in at 163. It's like nice volume this morning. It kind of had a little consolidation pattern here for 45 minutes and took another move higher. It looked like it had potential. Oil was doing well, but now I bought it at 63. I'm underwater, even though it's only half size. You know, I like to catch things early, and if I don't, in most cases, I will pass. But and this one I got a little emotional, but because this one had a crazy, crazy move the last time, it moved, and it may do it again. The thing about it is, I'm not a day trader. I wasn't looking to jump in this and scalp it out. I mean, so I buy this kind of size where if it can break out of this range, I'll be okay. But it's enough size that if this thing goes below six, I'm good. It's a little pain. So I don't want to see that. That's just a total, um, you know, what do you call them? When they jump up and come all the way down? I can't think of the term, but round trip. Yeah, last thing you want to see is a round trip. Okay, if you see a round trip, yeah, usually I'm just done out. But if it can hold here and maybe pop back up, who knows? But that's just me personally. I don't like to chase, especially pissant stocks. Uh, you're welcome, Tyler. Okay, got a few questions here. Aja, let's see. Borrow fee. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Are you talking about shorting? Yeah. Well, the thing about if you're talking about borrowing stocks to short them and the fee that brokers charge, yeah, that's just going to be different from different brokers, and they're going to have that information. Yeah, there's nothing that we can do about that. Peter Smith, I got a question from Trade Ideas Corporate. It asked me if I'm happy. I said I'm paying because of Andy and Chris. Thank you so much to learn. Thank you, Peter. I appreciate it. Uh, and you know what, Peter, you're doing the right thing. As a matter of fact, we've been talking because what happens with trading, and I've been doing it for 25 years, and 17 of those years were a very active day trader, kind of like really active day trader. Like a quarter of a million shares a day day trader. But what happens, and I've seen it over and over and over again. Okay, people come in thinking it's easy money, or thinking there's nothing to this. You're just buying stocks. You see a strong stock, you buy it and you let it run. It's not that easy. But I don't want to discourage people because it can be very, profitable. So, uh, and I don't think day trading's for everybody. I mean, I do what I call swing scalping. It's kind of a hybrid between day trading and swing trading. So in other words, I don't like to jump in a stock and hold it usually for 2 or 3 weeks. If we're in a really, really good market, no, I may hold on to a little bit for a week or two. But in most of my shots are taken. Within 3 to 5 days, I'm out. I'm looking for that setup, and I'm looking for that move. For that, me and Steve, we called it swing scalping, and we actually had a broker that everybody attached their trades to our trades, and we did very well for about 3 years. But this broker never had any money behind it, and he couldn't market and all that, so we just finally left them. But uh, what we learned is the meat of the move kind of happens in 3 to 5 days, okay, and then they start to waffle around, and they get sketchy, and then so we would just bail out and look for the next setup. And the reason I'm saying this is I think a lot of people would really benefit themselves if they wouldn't come in and with ideas of micro scalping, jumping in huge size of stocks and riding it for 3 to 5, 10 minutes. That's a very tough racket, especially with all the high frequent trading going on. So uh, so getting back to your point there about Peter, about learning, and that's very important. As a matter of fact, we're thinking about. I brought up the other day in the marketing meeting about offering a product, an educational package for like 3 months. Okay, because what happens is a lot of traders come in, they give trading a try for 1 month, and they blow up or they're gone. And it's not for them. Well, it's because they didn't really learn how to trade, and so we really want to start educating people, on how to trade. And really, the races, I think, are going to make it a whole lot easier because it's a new way to look at data. And if you once you learn how to look at these races and you can read a chart, that's the key. You got to be able to understand charting techniques, and it's not hard. You do not need a whole lot of indicators. You can really grasp the idea and be a profitable trader. I don't see any reason why in 3 to 5 months. But a lot of people, they don't want to have the patience to do that, and when it doesn't make sense to me. If you're gonna start a business, do you really expect to just open the doors and just start killing it? No. I've opened a few businesses before, and usually the first 6 months to a year, you're treading water or underwater. So um, trading should not be any different. You know, if you have another job and you're just doing it pastime, I understand. But even then, you should learn how to do it. There's no really reason to be pissing money away. All right, let me catch up. But great, Peter, I'm glad you brought that up because it's really, we want to help people. We have so much talent here, long time traders that ooh, T and XP getting above this $2 level. Uh, yeah, we have a lot of talent here that's been traded. You Barry, you're in a room with a guy that's been trading for a long time. Myself, Steve, Jamie, Chris. So you got some talent here, and we want to put it to use and help people, uh, with their trading. All right, let me catch up. I know there's been a few questions here, so bear with me while I read some of these. Average true range. Iris, that's something I really don't do. Average true range. I would not even know how to start to build something like that. Um, and really, you're not really building a scanner. I mean, average true range is basically just a filter, and so uh, yeah, you would have to be more precise about what you're looking for, and then uh, send it to info, and somebody will definitely help you. But yeah, that's not my wheelhouse by no means. Get a drink of water real quick. Oh, look at that TNXP. That's a beauty. What was that little one yesterday? That was little vaccinations. That BWV. What's it doing today? Well, I had a little move. All right, Rajiv, Andy, I was saying yesterday, I recently joined Trade Ideas and it has helped me by changing my mindset. I know it will take some time, but I realize it is the biggest required uh, required. Yes, it is required. I mean, there's no shortcuts. There's no shortcuts. I mean, I can tell you this from my experience, going way back I'm dating myself here, but before the turn of the century, actually, in 97, 98. Um, I That's when it first came out. We had to go to a floor. There wasn't any remote trading at home. We all had to go to the floor. That's where you had direct access to the brokers. We were the fast ones, and it took me 8 months. It took me 8 months. Now we didn't have something like Trade Ideas. Trade Ideas is going to really shorten your learning curve because it shows you what to trade. Back then, we just had kind of high low tickers. So anything hitting a high or a low was just coming through, lightning fast. So it really wasn't any good at all because we had no volume, relative, no parameters, no filters or anything, just high low tickers, all we had. Now, Trade Ideas has so much more. Okay, so it is definitely going to shorten your learning curve, especially with these new races. And even though I don't have them on my main screen, I'm definitely running, races all the time over here. I got a China watcher because I've been playing China really well lately, and this is just my big cap winners. Uh, change from the open, uh, and I will keep an eye on some of the pissants that because I like to trade those too, but I don't have a race for them. I need to because I don't want to pull myself out of what I'm currently doing, which is swing trading. I mean, I don't mind jumping in these TNXPs, but even still, I've been in this for 3 days. So even if I take one of those positions, a lot of times, I'm going to be holding it for a bigger move. Uh, but getting back to your point, Rajiv, yes, that's the mindset you have to have when you come in. Uh, And really, if you're struggling on these shorter time frames, if you're trying to play a lot of these momentum stocks, we could just, we can pull them up and take a look at them coming through the Master Blaster. If you're trying to play some of these, uh, you know, you get caught in that kind of action and you find yourself jumping in and out of light. That's what you want to avoid. Okay. If that's the case, if you find yourself jumping in and out a lot, that tells me you're playing too much size. Okay. Uh, So, back away. I had as a matter of fact, I know a trader that was in TNPX, the same time I was and same price, and pretty much ended up flattening the trade because he had too much size and got emotional and basically got out. Meanwhile, I had okay size, but it was enough to where I could give it, a 5 to 10 cent wiggle or jiggle. And so it's amazing. Steve used to always say, "There's only two things you can change. It's that share size and your attitude." And it's very true. Um, so if you find yourself getting, emotional, and just pull back your share size, and really, you may even try to change your style. In other words, Don't consider yourself a day trader. Consider yourself a position trader. That's what I think everybody should do. And what do I mean by that? Well, let me pull up TNXP and explain. So I bought this 3 days ago. Okay. At you can see the line going back here. I was in some, I think, at actually some in around 64, 65. Then I added to my position around 75. That's a position. Okay. So whether I'm a day trader, whether I'm a swing trader, whether I'm a swing scalper, regardless of what I am, I know how day traders are and they will jump in and out of this thing all day. Well, me, that was a position. That was a position with size that if it broke down, you know, below this level right here, yeah, there's my alert. See, perfect. I have an alert in here where that's my drop dead line to get out. So I don't even have to draw my line here, but I'll draw it so you can see it more clearly. But and that's what I'll do. So what I'm doing, I'm positioning myself with a nice reward to the upside if it goes like it's going today. Now, I did scalp out half yesterday. Uh, at highs on the close because I had enough size where that was a decent move for me. So now I've taken half off and I still got my idea stop down here. But the key is this could have ended up being a day trade by either going and stopping me out, or maybe it just got really crazy and went up 500%. And I'm saying I can't not take that and I'm out. That could have been a day trade. Now, it could have been a swing scalp where I hold it maybe for a few days. Or let's say something happens and they do present a vaccine for monkeypox and it gets, FDA clearance and this thing just goes crazy and goes back up to, the $20 range. So this could be a long-term trade. The point I'm making is don't try to pinpoint what you are, what kind of trade it's going to be. Think of it as a position trade. Okay, you're entering a position, obviously, with the idea of making X amount, say 3%, 5%, 10%, whatever your range is, whatever you're thinking is, with a stop of maybe you know 3%. Say so, but anyway, the point I'm making is call it a position trade, and you're going to find yourself taking, smaller size because you're going to give yourself more wiggle and jiggle. If you're trying to play something like this and giving yourself 3 to 5 cents, you're going to get whipsawed and get out and just get killed. So lesser size and try to hold on to them longer. I can promise you, even all the day traders that I've known throughout my life, they weren't scalpers. Okay, they were they held these things all day long, and would add to their positions and things like that. So uh, that's where the big money's made. All right, I've been rambling. I hope it's been good rambling and you guys are learning something. But let me check on the questions. Tyler, I have a I have a window for you. For it's my I call it my guild. Yeah, yield watcher. I created this for a money manager, and it's pretty neat. Let's see, yield watcher. So it has a dividend yield. Obviously, when you see something like this, something is out of whack. It probably needs to be divided by 4. Yeah, says a $17 yield. Anytime you see anything out of whack like that, I usually come down to to around 10% because anything above this, more than likely they're going to eventually cut their dividend or they're going to discontinue their dividend at some point. Just don't get caught up on huge dividend yields because usually something is wrong. But anyway, the only thing this requires a custom formula. Okay, so if you are interested in this, I tell you what, let me just do this way because I don't want to have to answer. 20 emails. Let's do this. Let me go into my back office here. And let me go into and you guys are going to have to copy this, write it down. Uh, Custom formulas and dividend yield. I'm looking for dividend yield. There it is. Edit. So copy this yield down. Hopefully you can see it. Let me copy and paste it also in the chat. Okay, that's the formula, and make sure, obviously, give it a name. Remember to have it in units. Don't do it in dollars. You want to do it in percentage, and you don't need to do anything with format or graphics. Just make sure you name it and give it that, and there's the code or the formula. And then what you could do is, I'm going to share you this, but honestly, you're probably better off building your own, because what's going to happen is, just remember, if I've shared this, that this is going to have my custom formula in it, and it's going to probably be a different icon. It's definitely going to be probably a different icon than you have. So if I share this and you do copy it and save it, okay, you're going to need to remember to change it out and make sure that you get your custom formula in there for dividend yield, not mine. But I will drop it in there anyway if you want to just go through those steps. But just remember, change it to your. Yeah, it's pretty cool little thing. I know the money manager, he liked it. So, and I might have. Let's make sure I don't have a symbolist in here. Okay, I don't. Yeah, so you're good. All right. Uh, JKS is rolling over on me, but it's okay. I actually sold half today. No, I'm just sitting there. TPNX. All right. Let me make sure I'm not missing anything in here. Uh, Thank you, Bill. Positive divergence. Let me see. I know Steve and Michael have that. Let me see if I have it. Uh, Negative VWAP divergence, RSI divergence. I don't have an RSI in here. Yeah, this is so what's happening here, you probably have stocks that are running, and even though they're running, maybe the RSI is not going. I can put an RSI in here real quick. Are you looking for stocks, Iris, that are selling off? But so in other words, bullish divergence. Is that what you're looking for? So in other words, it's selling off, but the RSI is not going lower. Or are you looking for something like this, where stocks are going higher, but the RSI is not, or that may be rolling over. That would be bearish divergence. I think positive divergence would mean bullish divergence, is what you're saying there, Iris. Uh, well, let's see if we can duplicate this and flip it and see what happens. I don't know. We'll see. Well, yeah, you got to be real careful. You definitely need another indicator to show you. You just don't go and buy things just because the stock is getting hit and the RSI is holding up. So, uh, yeah, that's something I really don't play. I mean, I'd like to see it if I'm maybe looking at a swing trade or something like that, and I run across it, but it's not something because what'll happen a lot of times is you get caught up in these little indicators, and you'll find that you'll make dumb mistakes just because of one indicator. In other words, I don't like to use a lot of indicators, but if I do, I want confirmation. The price confirmation, I should say. Uh, Like, so in other words, a lot of these things that are getting killed today, I would no way jump in just because the RSI is not going lower. But anyway, Iris, if you have an idea what you're looking for, once again, you can send that in. It's just not, I don't have time enough. Only got about another 10 minutes to build this on the fly. But you know, yeah, you can see these stocks are getting hit, but the RSIs. Maybe you can come in here and put in. Let's try to find one that's actually. So a lot of these are getting destroyed. Just goes to show you, not everything's going up right now. And really, this is just showing RSI. I don't know if Michael has a formula or something because what you want to see, you just don't want to see a high, an RSI that's not low. You actually want to see it making a higher low. Okay. And just by looking at the number, it's not going to tell you, the slope and or anything of the RSI line. Yeah, I'm about ready just to kick this one. Hold on just a minute, guys. All right, let me see if I'm missing anything here. Yes, I got behind a little bit. No, thank you, Rajiv. Yeah, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of stuff on the internet these days. A lot of good educational stuff, which wasn't available when I started. Uh, there's some good books. I think the key is really to start understand candlestick charting and moving averages, and learn to focus more on the daily charts than the short term charts. Even if you're day trading, I think the daily charts show you the true picture. It's like this TNXP. Now that it's here, okay, this is, you hear Barry say it all the time. Look left. Okay, looks like it may want to go up to this 240 level. No, Mike. I wish I could tell you I was in. That's just crazy, man. What was that other symbol that Barry was telling me about? I forgot to put an alert. Oh, AMTD. That's right. What's the float on this one? 35 million. Gosh, I'm gonna have to buy this, aren't I? Yes, I am. Let me see here. It's being kind of I don't like when they take too long. But I love that setup there, but see if there's any volume coming in this thing. Okay, I'm all in. See what I got here. Looks like I got 203. Don't you get tricky with me. Barry, I hear you over there clicking. You suckered me into it.
No, I didn't sucker you into anything. It just looks, there's
It
this
does look good.
relationship. There's this relationship, and I'm not sure it's fully understood.
Okay.
And but the HKD is absolutely insane. The problem, of course, if once HKD just absolutely craters, which it could, I mean, it
Right.
could just,
Oh, of course.
AMTD could.
Of course.
Here's another one to keep an eye on, Andy, if you're now that you're into this sort of nonsense. Take a look at MGAM. Okay, MGAM. New issue
Okay.
today, and I think it's 1.5 million shares. The IPO price was 4. And
Okay.
so, as you know, these are the sort of crazy ones that if they ever get going can really move. The
Okay.
only issue I have with it is I wish it were a China stock because it's these China stocks that really on these crazy little IPOs, hardly any shares released and with a low IPO price. But the good news, I'm not in it yet. Actually have a high, or actually have an alert at the high of the day to see if it takes it out at some point.
Okay.
But it's above the IPO price of 4.
Okay.
So, there's a
I'll
little
stick an alert in
enthusiasm.
there. Yeah, see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, because look at HKD. Now, again, we're not saying this is going to be HKD,
Of
but
course.
look how it started out
Hmm.
on the 15th. Okay. I mean, it was at 16. Now, granted, because I'm looking at a daily chart and it's so exponential that it's not giving the true picture, but
Okay.
it more or less looks like it flatlined until the 22nd when it jumped up to
Oh
50.
yeah.
So again, I'm not, as you know, I'm not saying MGAM is going to do that at all, but
Okay.
to
Yeah.
me, it's these crazy little floaters,
Yeah.
that are IPOs and they just
That just yeah can get going. Yeah, I'll
can
definitely
get
keep an
going.
eye on this. Mobile Global Sports, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got an alert in there. Well, and we'll
Uh,
keep it on the radar for
okay.
sure.
All right. So
Uh,
if you want to take off, you can, or if you just want to
okay.
keep talking to me, you can.
Well, yeah, yeah. What else did you be? You and this TNXP has been my beauty all week. So and it's really paying me, doing well for me today. So don't know
Yeah,
if
well,
you.
you said the magic word. Well, not the magic, two words all week. So, of course, as you know,
Yes.
I would never hold that.
Right.
But
Right.
but
Well,
no,
I
I
was
heard
yeah
you
I was
talking about it.
in a level down here, around 170. So I'd never
Yeah,
really experienced any pain. Yeah. So. Mm,
exactly. I mean, this monkeypox thing. I mean, I don't quite get it. I mean,
yeah.
the GovX is moving higher now too, but I'm looking at SIGA. I mean, SIGA actually, believe it or not, for me, it was a swing trade. SIGA was
Oh,
a swing
nice.
trade
Yeah, that was a nice
overnight,
one.
Andy.
No,
Overnight.
okay, there you go. That's okay. That's a mini swing.
It's a mini
Yeah,
swing,
that's
exactly.
right.
So, but this is the leader of the sector, and we'll see what happens. I mean, as I've said in the room, when people looked at NVAX just before the pandemic, and that was a $4 stock, and then of course NVAX, Novavax, just went absolutely shoot, I can't get the symbol up here, went absolutely crazy. Of course, what did it get up to? Got up to $300 or so,
What stock?
336.
Invex?
NVAX, yeah.
Okay.
And so just before
Yeah.
the pandemic, this was
Oh
a
yeah.
like a
Okay.
$6 stock.
Right.
And because of the pandemic, that's what happened. So, what if, now, I don't think this monkeypox is going to be like the pandemic. It's not going to be
Right.
issued as a
But
pandemic. But
sure.
what if, Sega goes to 100? I don't know.
You know, it very well could. Absolutely. Uh, Absolutely, it could. So yeah, what about this BWV? Is that
Blue water vaccine.
yeah? Is that a
I don't,
monkeypox vaccine? Or
I don't,
I almost bought that yesterday. I wish I had now.
just looking, I don't see it. I'm just looking at some past headlines. I don't see monkeypox in the
Okay.
headline. And you
Okay.
you have to believe that they'd be putting monkeypox in the headline if it had anything to do with it.
Hmm.
So I don't see anything. Doesn't mean
Okay.
it's not, but yeah, well, I mean, let's see where this AMTD takes us. It may not. I mean, I keep looking at this HKD. It's probably going to hit 500. That's not investment advice, everybody. Uh, but I
Yeah, that's
mean,
crazy.
it's insane.
It really is.
Absolutely insane. Oh well, this has been quite the week. Quite the week.
Yeah. Yeah.
And we're in earnings season now, and the way I like it, I don't care about the apples and the big guys, but it's all these like second and third and fourth tier companies that release earnings that have their day, and they have these wild moves, percentage moves either up or down on that day, and then after then they snooze for 3 months
No, of course.
until their next earnings release. But I love this time of year.
Yes, yes, it's a good time of the year. I'm kind of disappointed. I'm seeing a lot of huge gap ups, and then of course they don't go anywhere. A lot of them, a lot of those solars,
Yeah,
like yesterday. The solars yesterday, they gapped up just to such a level that they all were down from the open at the end of the day. So
and
that always
that's where
makes
you
it tough.
take advantage of shorting them.
That's right. Hmm.
Seriously. I
Hmm.
mean, that's what we tend to do in the room anyway,
Yep.
because we don't believe in these pops are going to last. It's that simple.
Yep. Oh yeah.
Except for oh shoot, AMDT is kind of giving it. I just don't
Yeah.
understand why it's not a little bit more in tune with
Active.
the HKD.
Yeah, and the relative volume is huge too.
Oh
So
yeah, I know. Yeah, yeah, I
yeah,
know. I
I'm
know.
watching if it closes below that, I didn't go crazy as far as the size goes. I'd probably more of a half the size, and then if it goes to highs, maybe I'll takes out the 210 level. Maybe I'll add to my position, but
Hmm.
I'll watch that fast line, and if I get a close below that on any candle, I'll probably dump it.
Okay.
Yep.
But don't blame me.
No, no, I no, I'm never one to point the finger. That's for sure.
Yeah. Okay,
Unless
Andy.
unless you come over here and hit the button, that's
Exactly, exactly.
yeah,
I didn't tie your finger down to the buy button.
that's right. All right, buddy. Well, listen, you have a great weekend, and
You too.
everybody, you do the same. All right. Bye bye.
All right, guys, this time I'll remember to add my screen. Here we go. And let me get my music going. All right, guys, I'm back in both rooms. And I am in this AMTD. I'm not loving the way it's trading. It's not a monkeypox play. Thank you. Perfect. Not loving the way it's trading. I want to see it get back over 2. I'm in just around 2. So, and we were talking in the room and to Andy in the other room about MGIM. Yeah, I mean, I've got an alert set at the high of the day. I mean, just because it's only 1.5 million shares, I think, were issued, $4 IPO price, so it's above that price. And gosh, you just never know what could happen. Maybe not today, but give it a few days and maybe it explodes. I don't know. The composite, well, it's definitely not an intraday. So I would think it's probably it's a daily update. Yeah, it's on an intraday update. All right, guys. Let's see. TBLT's had a nice little pullback and maybe starting to run again. TBLT, another strong stock, little pullback, maybe starting to run again. Looks like it's holding that 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart, as as Steve likes to point out. Well, that should be a Euro special, right? A little pullback for TBLT. A U special. Yeah, couldn't do it. I just, it's just not. I know you're kidding, but it's just not in me to do it. I mean, it's stupid because even if you just took 10 shares, but even 10 shares, it drops $100, you're down 1,000. So, but and this thing, I mean, when Andy took over for me in the YouTube room, it was sitting at $300. Okay. And then as we were talking, it went to 370, pulled back down to 300. That was its base, and then move what to 500 almost, 469 or so. CRTD, okay, CRTD. Let's take a look at CRTD. Zach is putting that in and halted because of volatility. Another one, a Zach special, sub $1. Creates the testing of waters. Okay, so it's not. Oh, I see. So they're pulling their $40 million financing. Here I thought, I'm reading this and I'm thinking, what are they? They're testing waters for bacteria or something, but no. They're testing the climate to see whether or not they should proceed with their $40 million. So I guess they've yanked it. Yeah. what do I think of a QK? The only thing I think about it is that I put a price alert up in around that 240 level. Right now it's doing nothing, so I'm not interested. But if it starts to break out on some volume and it hits that 240 level, I may get interested. Yesterday's darling, SKYX, starting to give it up, guys. SKYX starting to give it up. A little break out of some consolidation, I guess, actually on the 15 and the 5-minute chart. So CRTT, so yeah, so it popped, wow, it popped over $1. So where did it come from? Yeah, this looks like this could be it. I mean, 117, I may be completely wrong, but I guess they must have announced the financing here. Was it either yesterday or no, I'm sorry, maybe 4 days ago, they announced the financing that caused the drop. Meanwhile, guys, GOVX just made another new high for the day. And its high way back here is 338, not way back. Well, actually, yeah, way back a few months ago, a few weeks ago at 338. All right, guys, now what I'm going to be doing with the races is kind of waiting to see if something comes in out of nowhere, kind of like the CRTD, but to me, boy, that looks 118. That could stall it. I may be wrong. So low float, 18 million in the float. All right, guys, I'm just look at that SkyX. Did it continue down? No, so it did not really continue down. Okay, guys, I took myself out of AMTD. Little loss. I just, if it's really truly tied to HKD, I mean HKD, has already dropped $100 just like that. If it drops another couple of hundred, I mean that could just take AMTD down. So the only way I'll get back into AMTD is if it gets back over $2, and HKD remains strong. Total spec. All right, what is next? Well, I mean, again, I said the next high is 338. If it takes out 338, I don't know where the next high in the weekly chart is. Does that back it out a bit, I guess? 358. But SIGA is definitely not following SIGA. So there's a real difference today between SIGA and GovX. Well, and finally, HKD got halted on the way down. Yeah, on the way down. Let's see where this projection, they don't even have a projected open. Not yet. This makes no sense. Okay, guys, let's see. Caval, KAVL. Yeah, I mean, it's got some room. Let's take a look left. 125. 125 is the next high looking left. After that, 156. So it's got a little bit of room. The 200-day moving average looks like it's 139. So yeah, I just don't think it's got enough room to really go. 139, 16 cents away from the current price. Not a lot of volume either, so I cannot take this. Yeah, so JC, you just have to go to, it's in here, so just go to my home page. Let's see if my home page is now fixed the formatting. I don't know what's happened to it, but let me just check. Ah, good, it's back. Okay, so the formatting is back. Okay, so if you go to my scan section, click here and take a look at the race mode, just click on the race mode, okay? And then what you'll have is something that looks like this. me a moment. So this is what the race is based on. And so you'll see this, you should see something like that. You'll start the race, but if you want to see the actual top list, then you just right click and open top list. Okay. And then that'll show you what the top list is. Okay. So again, if you wanted to have a different price range or different minimum volume, you can change it, and then you can run the race on your parameters. Otherwise, you just run the race on my parameters. Make sense? Well, if are you talking about the actual race setup, or are you talking about the top list itself, JC? Yeah, okay. So my top list is $1 to $50 and a minimum of 200,000 shares, and up 2% from the close. Okay. 1 to 50, 200,000 shares, up 2%. That's it. Yeah, I'd rather imagine the guy who bought HKD at 22. High of 1970. Okay, $20. I'd rather imagine that guy. Now, the next day it gets up to 24 or 29, you probably have sold it. So, you're getting. I'm really interested in this MGAM. Only thing is, I wish it were a China stock. It's over the IPO price when I say interest, I don't mean I'm buying it now, but I want to see if it takes up this high and going forward next week. Let's see what happens. Okay, so I'm starting to see some fades now from some of these high movers. TBLT, excuse me, TBLT. I thought maybe this right there, that 15-minute chart looked like it was going to pop, but nope. So the key area, of course, is 720 or so for it to hold. Man, it seems like years ago that I did very well in this long of XLV when it took out two. Off topic, guys. If it's not a specific stock, off topic. Welcome, Liam. Okay, these are the only thumbnail charts I have left. Look at the HKD. Like this is now really starting to move with it the same way, and the AMTD. But I may just forget about it now. Anyway, hey, look at the MJAM now. Look at the Vaughn coming in to MGAM, guys. Boy, it takes out that high, 588. That's going to get some people excited. Again, this is if you're new to trading, put me on mute because this is highly, 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 highly speculative. I don't. Well, the person to ask is Zach, and if Zach doesn't have shorts for HKD, then nobody has, really. And if he does have shorts, I'm sure there must be an amazing buy rate. I certainly don't have shorts at Interactive Brokers. So there you go. So there is no short attempt on HKD, downward pressure from shorting. Okay, guys. Let's see. Minus 588. Hey, we have another. Oh, this looks like I don't know what this is. A SPAC. I don't know what this is. Biomex.U. So it's some kind of a NPTN. NPTN. Wow. Look what happened to NPTN. So they had some news. Oh, look at this little pop up for NPTN. It resumed. Big gap, pretty big gap up. Actually, not really. I'm looking at this. It looks a lot better than it really is. 1576, so it's at 1599. And what did they say? They gets China approval for a Neophotonics deal. Will close on Wednesday. Okay, so Light is acquiring NPTN, and I guess they were finally given the go ahead. Yeah, AMTD is rearing its head again, but I just don't have. It's going to really have to break out over two for me to get interested, like a big weight 210 or something. PGY doing it again. Let's take a look at PGY. Oh my gosh, is it ever doing it again? Who wants to chase? Well, I guess obviously I was premature in thinking because when I saw this, I thought, okay, could be the end of it, but evidently not. All right, PGY, what the heck are you doing here? 2087 was the high yesterday, and the high before that was around 25. And just an absolute charge has been put into this one, PGY. See if there's any. Nah, there's no news. Just traders want to get in it again. Just looking at some of these early ones that were winning races. But but there's a classic example, guys. Remember, I keep saying that out of nowhere, they start now, we knew PGY from previous days, don't get me wrong, but out of nowhere, a stock can come in and look what happened with PGY, right here. So unfortunately, I wasn't staring at this. My guess is that PGY started at 2%, 3%, 4%, and it was just moving up the leaderboard. Am I taking a break? I'm not taking a break, no. Wow. Oh my goodness. I can't remember if this is shortable or not for me at Interactive Brokers. And the answer is no. I don't think it's ever been shortable for me. Just, again, it's like the HKD. I can't bring myself to chase. But you know what? Takes out that, I mean, it's it's not an all-time high. This is the all-time high. Takes out that all-time high. Maybe next week. I don't know. Here's another one, guys. Nano Labs. This was another one super active a few days ago. 721 got up to 13. Last 3 days kind of pulled back. Now it's trying to get active again. Another low float. Yeah, 12 million in the float. I have GME here. It's pretty stunning to me that nothing that has not moved. And remember, the price it would have to get to before the forward split, the 1-for-4 forward split, would be $39. And it has not moved. Well, in fact, it has moved. It's moved down from that forward split price. Oof, all right, guys, 1:30. So I think what I'll do is I'll just put the test drive link in again for people who might be interested in taking a look at our program. And the test drive starts on August the 15th, runs to the 29th. If you click on the test drive link, this is what you're going to see. So it starts on the 15th and runs to the 29th. That is 10 trading days, okay? It'll cost you $11.11. If you sign up today, you're pre-registering, okay? So please don't complain to our support people saying, hey, I just signed up, where's my data? It doesn't start until the 15th. And that is fixed, okay? The 15th to the 29th. If you say, well, gee, I'd like to start on the 10th, sorry. I mean, this is a fixed with all our support, geared to these 10 trading days. If you can't start on the 15th, but let's say you start on the 16th, you'll get 9 days. So in other words, it's not 10 days from whenever you start. The only thing you won't be able to do The only thing you won't be able to do is auto trade, okay? But it'll be just as if you're a premium subscriber. You'll have access to our AI. Of course, you'll have access to the Brokers Plus window if you want, the races. Now, only if you're using our downloadable application. If you're going to use the web-based version, and most people, the only reason you're using the web-based version is if you have, usually it's a Mac, you have an Apple a Mac or something like that. This is a PC-based program. So yes, the web-based version you can use on your Mac, but you will not have access to Brokerage Plus nor the races. Okay, so when the test drive is over, it's over. There's nothing for you to do. There's nothing to unsubscribe from. Unsubscribe from. We don't put you into a subscription. Okay, you don't have to worry about that. We do this 4 times a year, so it's a little over 2 weeks from now. So sign up. Remember, you're pre-registering. That's what you're doing if you sign up today. Oh boy. Oh, well, guys, from here, I don't know. From here, I just don't know. But got a little hairy there on that little bottoming tail. But the MGAM, I mean, this could be really, really interesting next week. Really interesting next week. So guys, I'm going to have to start doing my IPO calendar again. So I haven't done this for a while. I'll show you what I do, what I haven't really done in the last little while. Let's see if this MGAM actually showed up. Somebody said it was supposed to open on Monday, but it opened today. So let me just show you what I do. And because we do get a lot of questions about do you have an IPO scanner as such. Now, Michael has created something up here. If you click on new and then um, Market Explorer. I don't use this, but right click, select strategy. Now, you may not see it quite organized like this, but you might see something that says IPO stocks with recent IPO positions and close to IPO price, okay? This, I believe, is because I'm on a development version, I think, this is the way it's going to be organized. But you should see something that should say recent IPO, which is the position in IPO range sort and close to IPO price. But this is what I do for IPOs. And again, I haven't really been paying that much. Wow. Sorry, guys. The MGM, I hope. I know I tell people to mute me, but wow. Gotta tell Andy. Okay. Getting sidetracked here. I'm going to load my IPO calendar. Give me a moment. Okay, I'm going to show you what I think you can do. Yeah, there we go. 729. Actually, I have it for today. Okay, here is the link. This is what I use to track IPOs. So this is what you're going to see. So you see, there it is right there. And 1.5 million shares, puny, and an offer price of 4. Okay, so what we've seen in the past, there's absolutely no, doesn't mean it's going to happen in the future, but look at VRAX. Okay, on the 21st, 1.4 million at 5. We all seen what that one has done. Okay, so if you click on the IPO calendar, this is going to show you the upcoming IPOs. So next week, let's see if there's anything interesting. So next week, I mean, look, Think Equity has a bit of a history, okay? History of these cheap ones. So 3 million shares, $5. Roth, LPTV, 4.4 million shares, 271. So this is what I do. And the IPOs have been just really, oh gosh, guys. Where's Andy? Because in the YouTube room, I was saying, Andy, keep an eye on this one because of I want to see if he took it. He's typing. All right. I mean, guys, I don't know where this is going. I have not a clue. But next week, because people now are getting conditioned again to these crazy, crazy low priced IPOs like the HKD. The only difference is I was hoping this would be a China stock. It is not, but I guess they don't all have to be. So people are starting to get conditioned to these little like low priced IPOs that do the crazy. So this is what I do. So I see this one, Brush Oral Care, okay? What do they make, toothbrushes? So I'm going to put BRSH in here, BRSH, okay? And it's not trading yet, of course. So I'm going to create a price alert. Right click, create a price alert at $1. Now, the only time I put notes in my price alerts, if it's one of these IPOs, because I want to see how many shares, I want to see the IPO price. So I'll put 2.5. I mean, I know what I'm 2.5 million. Okay, so I know that's how many shares. 520. I know that's going to be the price, the IP, in theory, the price. And then sometimes I'll even put who's behind it because some of these guys have got reputations. So I'm all set. I save it. So now it's going to go right down there. You see it in the notes section. And so this is supposed to start trading on Wednesday. I'll be ready for it. I don't care about this one. This is a SPAC, so I don't care about that one. I'll put Loop Media, LPTV, do the same thing. Now this trades, when's the last time this traded? Now I don't understand, unless this already opened. Now I don't understand what's going on here, to be honest. Yeah, I don't understand what's going on. LPTV, unless this is not quite at any rate, you know what I'm going to do? I'll put a price alert at 3. Oops. Sure got the right symbol. Yeah. Okay. I'll put a price alert at 4, just to see. And it says 4.4 million shares. And in theory, the price is 271. Again, why this is important, because you want to see if it opened above the IPO price. If it doesn't open above the IPO price, there's not a lot of interest. There is not a lot of interest. Okay. It's on the day of. That's why the MGAM, the IPO price was 4 and it opened above that, it was up 570. So at least we know there's some enthusiasm about it. The last one I'll do is the Forza, FRZA. Should be, hopefully this is, okay, so right click, create a price alert, $1. My notes, I'll put 3 million. I know how many shares, and 5, and Think Equity. They do a lot of these. Okay. Oops. And why I do this, I think this is better than having an IPO scanner because you set yourself up by setting the price alert so that when it starts to trade, you'll have the price alert and then you'll see exactly what the IPO price was, how many shares, and you'll know whether or not, this could be really interesting, or is it going to be interesting? Okay. No, Sam, because if it's moving, it doesn't matter what the time frame is. Okay, if it's moving, it's moving. Okay, and you can. It's just that. So I mean, whether it's a 1 minute or a 2 minute or a 100 minute time frame, if in your top list, if it's moving, you'll see it. I just like to run it I think just running every 1 minute, I'll create so many stocks that are, look like they're unbelievable maybe in terms of the top 10. But listen, try it, try it. Put an end to this week, well, for me personally, and just unbelievable, guys. So yeah, so the idea then with that IPO calendar, on a Saturday or a Sunday, just spend some time. I mean, you saw how long that took me, but there would be times in which there are a lot more IPOs. And, so you might spend 10 minutes, on the weekend, just doing exactly what I do, and then you're prepared. Now, a lot of times there is a bit of a quirk. That's the word I was looking for. There's a bit of a quirk in our Haas presumes that sometimes an IPO will show up as a resume. Sorry, right down here, sorry. So you see, at 10:20, this started to trade and right at 450. Let me make sure of that. Yeah. And so that showed up actually as a resume. And sometimes that happens. An IPO will actually show up as a resume when it starts to trade. But I don't want to rely on that. I would say it's probably 90%. It's like the Halls resumes, it's not designed to do that. It just happens to be one of those quirks. So consequently, I don't want to rely on that. We are open for business. Oh, good grief. All right, guys. So, yeah, I have to. I've taken some off this MGAM. I mean, I don't know. I have no idea where this is going. So I've taken some off. I've held through all this, fingers like on my desk because I don't usually I'll take some off way before, but as Zach said, there was really no reason to get out of it yet. But I've taken some off. Actually, I've taken most off. I mean, I can always listen. If it does the real crazy thing next week, I can always get back in. So I may hold just a little piece just in case it does, does the wild thing next week. Meanwhile, yeah, QK is starting to come back. You're right. It is starting to come back. I actually have an alert set a little higher than that, but it's starting to come back a little bit. But I am just I'm going to sit back and if I could, I'd have a beer right now. Maybe we should have one afternoon beer Friday afternoon. How would that be trading? Well, that made up for, wow, look at PGY. I mean, I just don't know even what to say at this point. No, I never took this one. Never took it because to me it was too much of a chase. But I have an alert. I have an alert set for the high. It's an all-time high of 25. If it happens next week, I don't think it's going to happen today. Famous last words. The guy has $1.50 or so to move. It could, but if it happens next week, I mean, look out. I mean, we're in a market where these again, this is a low float. I know I'm bugging Brad to get a hold of our data provider to adjust this float. This is not 392 million, but we're in low float mania again. And if you want actively trading stocks, this is a great. Now I'm surprised that MRAM or MGAM. Let me just see something. I think I know why. Okay, why wouldn't MGAM be showing up here? It's probably because it's so new. Yeah, I don't have relative volume. That would have. Yeah, it's just one of those things when it's an IPO, unfortunately, the first day it just won't show up, I guess. Yeah, blue collar, you have been nailing that word about unicorn. Well, as I said before, Zach, I mean, sorry, Dak, if you have our Halls resumes, 90% of the time it'll show up as a resume. Okay, it does show up here, you see, as a resume. But doing it the other way that I explained, you'll never miss an IPO. You shouldn't miss an IPO anyway. All right, you know what I'm going to do? I am going to just try something here. Duplicate this window. Now I'm going to configure it. I'm going to put symbolless, single stock, single symbol. Come on. And now I'm going to put that in there, MGAM. Yeah, see, it's not, oh, there it is. There it is. Yeah, you're right. It just won't show up. Well, guys, I said more than likely it won't, but look what happened. PGY just took out the high. I said maybe next week, but then I said it only has $1.50 to go, and that didn't. You just tore right through it. Right, right, Pepe. You are again the smartest guy in the room. That's exactly the reason. Because there was no close yesterday. See, again, I'm keeping a seat open for you when you finally decide to join Trade Ideas. So this is what he is saying. So if I duplicate this window again, and then take out, get rid of that, and then go to my summary. Now go to my symbol lists, only the following or the single symbol, MGAM, whoops. There it is. So Dak, we were both wrong. So you must have changed from the close in a lot of your either top list or alert windows. Oh, good. Wow, 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 wow. 9 now, 9 now. Yeah, that's the reason, Dak. That's the reason. Because it's obviously trying to reference yesterday, and there isn't any. Yeah, I'm holding a piece. I am holding a piece. Oh, wow, what time is it now? 2:03. So I have about an hour left on the mic. Any questions? You know, I can't remember if there was any news for PGY back here. I mean, it's an IPO. This is another one, guys. I think, Casa or Cam. I'm not sure this was an IPO. Could have been it looks like it was an IPO. But you know what I can do? Instead of being lazy, well, let's check it out. So that was, let's start trading. Looks like that was on the 5th. So I don't see it here. I don't see it here as an IPO. June 22nd. I still don't see it here as an IPO. There are a couple here on June 22nd. I don't see it as an IPO. But yeah, look at the VRAX. I mean, so it probably, sometimes this calendar doesn't get them all for whatever reason. So that's when I should be looking at this one also. And I'm not sure I see it here either. Okay, so okay, I got you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. So was an acquisition then. This was a SPAC, I guess. Okay, this is a SPAC, so it turned into PGY. Usually, I think that's what confused me because usually they're around $10. That's why it kind of confused me. It was very low. Okay, guys, so whew, this is not, well, finally, now this is going to get really whippy now. Looks like it's going to get really whippy, the MJAM. MGAM, MJAM. I do like your sense of humor, Dak. Well, I don't know, 10? Yeah, I mean, you can't keep going, but of course, there are no shorts available or first day. But I mean, look, I was going to say I find it hard to believe it'll take out 10, but it just did briefly anyway. And the spread is not crazy. I mean, it's yeah, no shorts available. Exactly. First day anyway. Now remember this was I mean, this did the same thing. This was an IPO. VRAX was an IPO. Not quite as dramatic because it looked like it opened at around 20 and only got up to 30 before it finally started to move down. So this would have shown up. Yeah, this would have shown up in the biggest gainers from the open for sure if I just didn't have that 2% in there. In fact, let me do this. Let me duplicate this window. And now I'm going to configure it and see if I can get it to come in. Delete, summary. All right, okay. Let's launch a race here. Oh, there it is, right at the top. Ah, this is cool, guys. This is kind of cool. Get a little, well, I shouldn't say that. I guess I don't know if that means it's halted, that little pink, or there's just no symbol for it. No, nothing we can put in yet. I would like to run them concurrently, just take out the fact they have to be up from the open, because I would like to find the ones that are maybe been beaten down and then start moving. The problem I had was that with two races running, it seemed to really slow this down. So that's why I didn't want to do that, but we'll see. I mean, that's only temporary. This is another IPO, guys. This is another one. Recent, yesterday. Another one, MAIA. Ah, that's funny. That's funny, Hall. Ooh, top is halted on the way down. Well, this NTI was active earlier. What's happening now? Yeah, how can we get too excited about this after what's been happening? But yeah, I understand what you're saying. You swinging? Okay. All right, guys. Time is it now? 2:14. So one last talk about my homepage for the week. Yeah, I mean, Dak, you know how trader mentality is. What's the next one? What's the next one? What's the next one? And so I really didn't even know anything about MAIA, except when I went to the calendar, I saw, okay, it was an IPO yesterday. And, you know, it's, trader mentality is, okay, I missed out on the MGAM. I missed out on the HKD. I missed out on this one. Maybe this one, so pizza on the top scan. Yeah, I don't see any specific news. I see something yesterday, saying restaurant stocks rip higher on signs of inflation peak. Whether that's true or not, but so that's affected some of these restaurants. I guess that was yesterday, though. Meanwhile, meanwhile, oh, all right, guys. Just watching in awe. I've got this thumbnailed on one of my charts, MGAM. Okay, so my homepage. Now it's formatted correctly, so no retirement, Dave. It's too much fun. Why would a guy want to retire? Right. All right, guys, there's my homepage link. So if you click on my homepage link, now we're back to normal in terms of the formatting. So if you want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, here is a promo code you can use, Barry for Alpha, 15% off the first month only or the entire year. You click on Get Trade Ideas. There are 4 plans for you. We have an annual, monthly, premium, standard. Premium is $2,000 for the annual, $1,000 for the standard, less the 15%. Okay. The big difference is the AI, which, not bad, but it's boring. What can I say? Take a look at the monthly. Don't start off with an annual, start off with a monthly. Make sure you want the program. 118, 228, less the 15% for the first month only. After that, this is what you'll pay going forward, 118 or 228. At any time you want to take out an annual, we will honor the 15%. Okay. If you do take out a subscription, do the Let's Get Started. That should be absolutely mandatory. I'm lobbying hard to prevent people from even loading the program unless they do this. The download and installation, it's only 30 minutes out of your life and 10 videos. First startup and log in, toolbar and right click magic, okay? If you're gonna take this test drive, do this. I'm gonna keep a piece, Hal. I've been trading it out, okay? I'm gonna keep, even if it's 50 shares, I may just keep a piece of it just in case. Sorry, I'm getting sidetracked here. Stock of the day. Well, too bad I've already done it, but anyway, stock of the day. I do a video at noon Eastern. You can sign up for right there. Trade of the week sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. It's free service. Now, if you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't think you're getting them, please check your spam. And if you have Gmail, check your promotionals folder. Okay, sometimes it goes in there. Education, all here. Again, you're going to take the test drive. Take a look at the user guide. First, do that. Sorry, do the 30-minute video. That's all free. You don't even have to be a subscriber. But take a look at the user guide. You should know what an alert window is. You should know what a top list window is, and you should know about the stock racing. Get these down. Okay. Daily support. So at 3:30, I'll be shutting the main room down at 3:30. Chris Varley will take over in our YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30. Okay. And he's there between Monday and Friday. Daily webinars, you can sign up for them all right here. And back to basics, if you're brand new to trading or looking for a refresher, this is a great video series. It's free. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. And last, if you want my scans, the race mode, that you see up here, that race mode is right there. I'm using very, very, very few other scans now, guys. I haven't really even had a chance to look at Zach's bouncers and toppers. It's been just too much other activity going for me. But I look at that one, and then the 10-day daily breakdown, mainly the breakout also, but mainly the breakdown. That's it. I mean, I have a lot of other scans that I got here, but I'm not using them. But I'll put them up here. You can take a look. And then the pre-market actives up and down and the gap up and down. These four work in the pre-market. That's what I use. Even then though, guys, I'm starting to find that even my pre-market work is not as necessary. But, it does at least sort of set you up a little bit to see what the active stocks are and then maybe to follow them once the market opens. So a lot of information here in education, my scans, and the getting started. Save my link, then you can look at everything when you want. And of course, come into the room. Always available to ask or to answer questions. You too, Jamie. Yeah, GME is starting to run a little bit. There's some volume coming in. Bear in mind that 39.23 is the last day before the one for four forward split. Okay. So it still has a ways to go to get back up to the price it was when it did its forward split. I do remember. I do remember Hall. Yeah. I wasn't actively trading like this, but look at HKD. I mean, it ain't over. It always says don't say ain't, but my goodness, it ain't over. But I've lost interest in the AMTD. I just don't like the way it trades. Now, famous last words. I'll look at it again next week, depending what this HKD is doing. But and this is in the simulator, guys. Okay, I haven't exited from the simulator. Well, it's funny you say that, Zach, because I was actually looking to buy GME at this price. Okay, I wanted to see because I thought that's what might happen, but it is not since that forward split. It is not done very well at all. Oh, wow, good for him. Hopefully he was a nice, kindly neighbor or a generous neighbor. Yeah, well, there was something stalling it, Dave, from our YouTube room around that 205 mark. Boy, the Halls Resumes is going crazy today again. All right, PGY. Let's see where it is in relation to that previous high that I was talking about. So the high was 2506, so it's still over that high right there. Okay, that's the high that it just absolutely ripped right through, like nothing. So let's see if that 25 holds. Okay, if you're looking for a giant pullback to the 10 SMA, well, you're going to have to wait a while, I guess. What the White House is talking about monkeypox and specifically SIGA? Really? Just monkey? Okay. Oh, I see what you mean. Okay, gotcha. Okay. Did somebody mention BCAC? I don't, not me. Brookline, oh, this is a SPAC. Oh, another one of these SPACs. So who are they looking to buy? Apexagen? Yeah, good for you guys on the SNTI. I know some of you were looking at this one. Yeah, it is starting to lift. I just couldn't get too enthused about it because of what else was going on. But hey, in the normal world, that's a great little move. Amazing though, isn't it? I mean, look what it was doing before all this. Really nice, tight little, well, fairly tight, just over that 5 level. Wasn't really doing too much. And then look at the volume that started coming in. And then once it started to move here, that little area there, but it still wasn't ready. Then all of a sudden, at 580, at 570, and it took out the high of the day and it exploded from there. All right, guys, it's 2:30. Good time for questions if you have any. Okay, so you're saying BCAC will become APGN? That's who they're taking over? Okay, thank you, Casa. Well, guys, stick an alert. 551 for the MAIA. Chicago, okay, but let me refresh my memory. I know not many shares. So 2 million at 5, 2 million at 5. So it's just a little bit above that IPO price. You see, I sort of remember this one now because look what it did. I mean, it actually opened, it didn't get above the IPO price yesterday. I sort of do remember this. That's why I kind of discounted it. So it's a little bit above the IPO price. When I say that is the offer, and this is what I'm talking about. So there it is, 2 million, crazy low, 5. But like the first day close was 446. So there wasn't the same enthusiasm. I don't know where MGAM is going to close, okay, but it's going to be above 4 more than likely. So all I'm thinking is that traders around the world are saying, shoot, I missed MGAM. What could be next? There's no reason why this one would go to 10 or 20 or There's no reason why MGAM did what it did, but it's just traders getting involved. Oh, you're right. And I don't know anything about this MAIA. It's just a matter of two things. It starts with the letter M, and it was an IPO yesterday, and now at least it's above the IPO price. So again, next week, you never know. And I don't even know what to say about the MGAM. Of course, it's nonsense, but it doesn't matter what we think. 8 million. So it's basically traded the float. What do I say? 1.5. Do some quick math. Not quite 6 times first day. Yeah, couple of topping tails now on that 15-minute chart, but what time is it right now? 2:36. This still has 8 minutes to close. You see how MGAM is now appearing on this one? Okay, guys, here we go with the MAIA. Yeah, you just said 550. Well, it hit 550. Bid ask is 540, 547. So again, if you're wondering why MGAM is not, if you have mine and you're wondering, well, why isn't it showing up here? Because I took the fact that had to be up 2% from yesterday's close, and as Pepe so marvelously pointed out, MGAM would not show up because it had no history from yesterday. So that is what was preventing it. So all I did was I took out the had to be up 2% from the close in this one, and we'll get very similar alerts, but what we also should get here are some of the ones that were maybe really beaten down that are coming back, that are below the close of yesterday, but are trying to come back. Okay, give me a moment, please. The week, yeah, this SNTI turned out to be a fabulous play. On no news that I can see. Okay, guys, so a bit of an uh-oh moment for the PGY. It took out that high from 2 days ago, so now it's just underneath 25. You know, I'd be sticking an alert around 25.76 just to see if it takes that out. Why? Because I'm looking here on that 5-minute chart, a lot of action right there. If it took that out, it may have another run. Again, that's not advice to take the trade, but it's just a matter of, that to me would be a really, really critical level. Well, now I'm jealous about you guys in the SNTI. Can't wait for next week to see what happens with these little IPOs. I think the first one's on Wednesday. Okay, so Alan, this is not bulletproof, okay, but the Halts resumes, and there's not an IPO channel, okay, number one, not in the way you're thinking, but the Halts resumes has a quirk about it. So I would definitely load this because when a stock is an IPO, I would say that 90% of the time it shows up as a resumed. So you can see right there at 10:20, that's when MGAM started to trade, and the price was 450. It showed up as a resumed. Now, I would say that's probably 90%. The Halts resumes is not designed to show IPOs. It just is a quirk about it. Okay, so that's number one. Okay, so you can have your Halts resumed. Yeah, go to my home page. So go to my home page. I just put the link in. So if you go to my home page and then go to the scan section, click here, and if you scroll down, there is the Halts resumes. However, as I explained a little while ago, because I really haven't been following the IPOs that much in the last little while, but I'm certainly going to follow them now. This is what I would do. That's okay. It's okay. This is what I would do. And for anybody who didn't hear me before, so I have an IPO calendar. And I'll give you the link that I use, but there are other IPO calendars out there, but I use this one. Give me a moment. I'm going to put the links in. Yeah, I was had a gumdrop. Let me answer Ital Trader first, okay? I don't know if it affects. I don't really know if it affects this, but I mean, let me just show you what I'm talking about. So if you go to Tools, Options, and then General, okay, and here are your fonts. So that'll affect everything. I don't know actually if it affects the size of the symbols in the race car. I really don't know. You can see what happens. You can see what happens, but here you can change your font and you can change the size and you can bold it if you want. Okay. So again, go to toolbar, click on Tools, Options, General, and then the font section. And here's how you can change your fonts. Okay. Are you talking about the single stock window? Okay, so I guess there is an option coming up because I have it. If I right click now, it's not going to allow you to completely like pick the actual font, but right now, and you guys don't have this option obviously, because I thought I didn't even know I had the option. But if I right click on the window and I click on font size, I can make it small. I'm a normal and then large. Okay, so if I go small, now it's very small. Okay, but you can't actually pick. But that's a an option that's not available to you guys yet. Okay. Whoa! Look at Siga. No kidding. FDA, bad news. I will continue on the IPO if what did they say? Hmm. What could they have said? What could they have said that I know what they could have said, I guess, but yeah, look at GovX. So they're all cratering now. So I'm sorry, I got sidetracked. Oh, you have the font size option now? I'm sorry, because yesterday or a couple of days ago, I was showing this and somebody said they didn't see that. So maybe you have to have the latest beta. Okay, and then at least you can control either small, normal, or large. And then you can do the overall font size. I don't know if it affects the erases yet. Okay, sorry, Alan, are you still with me? Okay, so this is what I would do. I think this is way better than having an IPO alert or scan. Okay, so the link I put in, if you click on IPO calendar, you will see the ones up for next week. Now, I don't care about this is a SPAC, so I don't care about this one. If you want, you can do it. But what I do is this. So I look at this one, BRSH. So what I did was, if you can see my single stock window, well, this is what I do. I'll put BRSH, and it's not trading yet, of course. And then what I'll do is I'll create a price alert. I'll create a price. I'm not going to do it, but I create a price alert at $1. Okay, because we know it's going to trade at over $1. It should anyway. And then what I also do in the notes section, I put how many shares, the IPO price, and maybe who's behind it. Okay, so this is what I will put the number of shares, 2.5, the 5.2, and then who's behind it, ages. Sometimes, it depends. Roth is pretty active in these sort of markets. Think Equity has been. So what happens is when it starts to trade, instead of wondering, how many shares were outstanding, how many shares did they issue, what was the IPO price? When it starts to trade, see in my price alerts, oh, sorry, I got to cancel this. My price alerts, hopefully you can see this. What'll happen is when this starts to trade, it'll pop right to the top. I'll click on it. I'll realize it's an IPO. I'll see how many shares and I'll see the price. So for instance, with the MGAM, I didn't have this. I mean, I didn't have it done this way because I've been kind of lazy. Haven't really thought about IPOs, but 1.5 million shares at 4. So why I think that's important, number one, is, okay, you should know how many shares have been issued. Obviously, the lower, the better to get these insane moves, okay? The other thing, though, is to know what the IPO price is. For instance, if it opens underneath that and it doesn't get above that the first day, that means, at least on the first day, there's not really a lot of interest. But for instance, MGAM opened at 450 and it got over 5, and it hung there for a while before it finally took the big move. So I think doing it that way is a way better way than just having an IPO alert, because yes, you'll know it's an IPO and you'll get the alert for it, but unless you scratch down somewhere else how many shares and the IPO price, you won't really know if it's if there's enthusiasm on it already, if that all makes sense. So it takes a little bit of time, but depending how many IPOs. I mean, that exercise took me about a minute with those 3. Now you're all set up for next week. Well, that is one big ouch for Siga, guys, but it is trying to bounce. All right, guys, PGY is right back up, right back up. Well, not up, but it's starting to move again after that pullback. I'm not doing anything. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm not going to attempt to do anything right now. It's 2:53. I'll be putting myself on mute pretty soon. So when I put myself on mute, I'm not gone. I'm still sitting here staring. So if you have any questions, you can certainly ask, and I'll hop back on the mic. All right, guys. I'm watching a little video. Let's see if I can shrink this down of how the races are going to be shown. If I can do this. See if I can do this. This is an early prototype. You see how smooth this is now? This is an early prototype of how the races will be. But what I want to draw your attention to is, if I let me start it again, how smooth this is now. You know, see how smoothly these things are moving up and down as opposed to that kind of herky jerky. See that? See how way better? So that's what's coming. I don't have access to this. I asked to see if I could see what it's going to look like. So that's very cool. So instead of, you see how things kind of inch its way up, but it'll be like a smooth move up. Way better. I'm very excited to see that. Did I catch it? No, I didn't. I mean, I saw it, but I just did not want to chase it. So no, I didn't catch. I mean, I didn't take the trade, if that's what you mean. I was, I think I was wrapped up in something else. No, I'm doing nothing now, Zach. I'm toast. Gotta relax my head. Yeah, but you know how crazy people can get. So what did that do? That got down to what? 1703. Popped $1.50. I mean, listen, I agree with you. It's up on air, but hey, I'm just but there's a limit to, yeah, as Dak says, there's a limit to how much more I want to do right now, and I don't want to do anything. Even that QK. I'm going to hold a little piece. I mean, I'm out of absolute majority of the MGAM. I'm going to hold a little piece of it just in case. But that's awesome. I mean, that's a great, we to know that news, with the White House saying that, I mean, that is just devastating. This thing is teasing me. The MAIA. I'm cheering for you. Yeah, as usual, another boring Friday afternoon. Ha ha. Yeah, I'm not in it. I'm not in the MIA. Ugh, I should be. Not in it. Of course, a lifetime high. Well, a lifetime high. It only started trading yesterday. Well, guys, I'm just going to put my announcement in here. So again, I am here. If need be, I'll hop back on the mic. Just going to put myself on mute though. Main room open until 3:30 ET. YouTube open until 4:30 ET. And before I shut down the main room, I will put the YouTube link in so you can head over there if you want and listen to Chris if you haven't had enough of trading. Okay, so I'll put myself on mute now. But again, I'm here. If you have a question, I'll certainly hop back on. Actually, Dak, I think that Centerpoint is available in Canada now. You might want to check that. If you're talking about Siga, there's always been shorts available. I thought you were talking about GovX. Yeah, they're 342,000. So if you're talking Siga, there's been shorts available. Hmm. When Zach first mentioned it, oh, you must have issues at your end then. Yeah, if that's the only reason, wow, look at him, it's insane, guys. I'm not in it, okay? I'm not in this one. I said I should be, but I'm not in MAIA. But you know what? I'm just happy that if people took it because they heard me talking about it, great. Excuse me. Here's one that's cratering, another one of those SPACs, guys. DSAC. I think we've seen this act before a few days ago, got down to 875 and popped right back up to that 10 level. Yeah, the only thing that's going to save SIGA is that if they come out, if somehow I think they were accepted in Europe or something, so they come out and say, "Hey, wait a minute, we don't agree with the CDC." I mean, they're going to try to defend this. That's the only thing I can see because that's a pretty nice bounce now, 13. That's a $3 bounce. I have no idea on that one, Sonny, regarding trials for it. I have no idea. Somebody might know, but I certainly don't. Well, yeah, I mean, both of them are going to have to be watched next week, the MAIA and the MGAM, especially if the MGAM closes reasonably well. To me, that would be over 10, okay? Closes over 10. I think that would be a reasonable close for something that IPO'd at 4, and that might keep the interest. Meanwhile, this one just getting hammered here, guys. This DSAC. It's doing exactly what it did on the 22nd. I remember this. This is a SPAC. You can tell it's trading at 10, 10, 10, 10 almost forever. And then, so usually what this means, but look what happened on the day of. It actually came almost right back up. I mean, they're trying to acquire somebody. Let's just see if we can see who they're trying to acquire. Hopefully it's on a SIGA, but kidding. Business combination with Fiscal Note Holdings. They approve it. That was on the 27th. But I mean, this is kind of a little bizarre action here. Shareholders approved this business combination with Fiscal Note Holdings. But that was yesterday. That was on the 27th. Let me take a look at the SPY and let's give it some context right now. excuse me, I still, yeah, I have my, still have my SPY alert right up here at around 418 or so. That's the high of those 3 weeks. That's about a month ago, month and a half ago. And man, oh man, if it takes that out, I mean, then we're, I mean, we could start to be in just a complete, I don't want to say recovery, but this is impressive. 362 2 weeks ago, 412 now. Oh, Wolf, I have no idea. You know what? I never try to overanalyze things. You know, the Fed buying. I really don't. It is what it is. You know, just try to trade. I'm not trying to dismiss you. I'm just saying. You know, people talk about is it a depression? Is it a recession? Is it this? I don't really care. You know, all we can do, especially if you're an intraday trader, you just trade what you see. Believe me, the Fed is not buying MGAM. So I know what you're saying, the overall market, but you know what I mean. I mean this is just we're in this sort of little phase again, and I'm telling you guys, next week, I'm telling you, those three IPOs, those three really cheap IPOs, the market is being set up for these right now. Traders are going to salivate when those things come up, I think. Now, again, I'm not saying go ahead and buy them right off the bat. We have to wait and see how they trade. But the appetite for these crazy little ones now is absolutely been whetted. These are not investments, okay? I wouldn't even call them necessarily swing trades, but they're not investments. Well, I'm talking MGAM and MAI. That's for today. No, I'm talking about there are three coming out next week that are very similar in terms of the structure. There's BRSH, LPTV, and FRZA, and they're all similar structure. Very low float, 2.5 million, low price 5, 4.4 million, low price 2.7, 3 million at 5. So they're all in that, you know, similarly priced and same. The structure is the same in terms of the number of shares and the price. I mean, I could care less about, you know, some of these major IPOs that are, you know, 40 million, they're releasing a $25 share price. I mean, yeah, can they go crazy? Of course they can. But these are the ones that can really give you the bang. I'm looking at those bottoming tails for Siga guys on the I'm not like I'm doing nothing now, but look at these bottoming tails on the 15-minute chart for Siga because obviously. So Dave, this is what I would do. You know, just go to your chart. So let's just say for argument's sake, is anything halted right now? Yeah. So VRAX is halted right now. Okay. So what I would do is this. You know, it's halted at 879, right? So I would put a price alert, at 878 and one at 880. Because it's not gonna stay at 879. So the minute that hits, you'll get it'll pop up in your screen, and it'll hit your price alerts. So for instance, for VRAX was halted on the way down, so I can put a price alert at 876, save it. And I can put a price alert at, well, I can't eyeball it, but I'll put a price alert. Where is it at right now? What's it halted at? 879. So I'll put a price alert at, say, 881. I mean, 2 cents above. So it's going to move one way or the other. No, I don't think there's a way to do it in an alert window. No. Now, I mean, obviously, if you have the Halls resumes, it's going to show here. It's going to show here, though. The Halls resumes. Okay. I mean, if you must don't you have the Halls resume? So when this resumes, you'll know about it. Dave, you don't have the Halls resumes. Okay. Go to my homepage. Go to my homepage and go to the scan section. Okay, go to the scan section and go down. Here's the Halls resumes. I thought you meant in a different way, but I mean, that's the easiest way. And then when it resumes, just put a sound alert on that window, on that scan, so you'll know the sound. So for instance, I think I've got a machine gun or something like that. So I know when I hear that sound, when I hear a sound, I know which window to look at. So I know, what have I got here? Chris,
Barry.
give me a moment.
Sure.
Okay.
Just what a week. I mean, today was a week, let alone the rest of the week.
Exactly. Man, oh man. Let me just fit. Okay, so you saw what happened here, Dave, but no, you just needed my Halls resumes. Oh, I see. I got you. Okay. You can have it, my friend.
Alrighty, I'm gonna make the switch now. There we go, and you're off and running for the day.
It's amazing. It's like the switch goes on and off at 9 o'clock. The switch goes on. I go 100 miles an hour for 7 hours, and then the switch goes off.
I don't know how you do it. I mean, that much time and energy with people and online, but every day.
Well, when it's exciting, it's a lot easier.
It's true.
I mean,
it is
so
true.
I may as well be talking than not talking, I guess. If I'm.
Yeah, exactly.
Anyway, I'll let you go. Have a great weekend, Chris. And I guess we won't talk on Monday, but we'll talk. Oh, there's no marketing meeting on Tuesday.
What's next week?
On Tuesday, I think they're going to a ball game.
Oh.
In San Diego. So I think they're going to a ball game. I think that's what Scott said. So no marketing meeting on Tuesday. So I won't talk to you till next Thursday. Well, that's not true.
Where are you going next Monday?
Well, because you know what? I'm sorry. I'm just thinking of the marketing meetings. That's when we also have.
Oh, okay.
Okay, you're right. I'll be here on Monday.
All right. I was. Wait a minute. I got confused.
Okay, I've confused myself. That's okay.
Go for that bike ride and get yourself a candy bar and ice cream.
Will do. Have a great weekend.
Take care, Barry. You too.
Bye.
So holy cow!
All right, guys. I was just talking to Chris, of course, and
holy cow! That's all I got. I don't even know what to say anymore. MAIA. I mean, what a move out of here. That was on this race for however long. I didn't catch it on my races because it IPO'd today, but what was it? MAGA? MGAM. There we go. MGA. I mean, just holy cow. Just holy cow. And then, I mean, I traded this one earlier in the day. SNTI. I mean, another huge explosion. PGY quietly with a $10 move off this base down here. Just it absolutely exploded. VRAX? No, VRAX gave it up all day long after this move right here. Holy cow, what a move down. My goodness. I guess that's monkeypox too, right? Must be. Each USA had a little pop here. Couldn't sustain it. There's been other stuff on here all day. Sun W, this was on the races earlier and then came right back through again, just grinding out the whole day beautifully. EOSC was on some races earlier, made this early move right here for the first hour or so. Gave some up and then has recovered again. So, I mean, can't stress it enough. Don't rush into any of these trades because there's just so much going on all day long. Is it 5 days a week? Not always, but, you know, there's been 3 unbelievable days this week and 2 pretty okay days. So, you know, they're just there nonstop all day long. Yeah, you know, Wolf, I was almost one of those unfortunate souls. You know, I wasn't gonna, you know, short the market or anything like that, but I was one of those people that, you know, I'm not gonna rush into anything, but you know, there's a few trades that I wish I had taken at this point now. It just kind of is what it is. If anybody has been short the market this week, they've been destroyed. I mean, there's no way they're not destroyed at this point. Look at these 3 days. I mean, holy cow. That's all I can say. This will be a big test in here. This will be a really big test in here, but you know, this line was a huge deal right here. This trend line, this downwards trend line. We got it. We came back and never really tested it. It was a combination of this 393 number here on the SPY and this downtrend line. We broke the downtrend line, held 393, and really bounced. We'll see. As I've continuously said, I gain nothing by a bear market. Not a fan. Bull markets are much more fun. Wow, Sun W really, really exploding here now. And I took a small trade in this earlier. I'm killing myself for getting out of it. I had some nice winners in TBLT and SNTI, and decided, you know what, I just want to kill this stuff, and I just want to get out of everything. And I had a good week, and I just want to be done for the week. And here we go. It's exploding now, absolutely exploding. Today was, well, not for everything. Look, you know, chasing SIGA. If you chased SIGA on that 22 break today, man, you're not feeling real good right now. I'll tell you that. And I just hope, you know, nobody here anyways, you know, held through all this stuff. That's just, I've had it happen to me. I've had similar things happen to me like this. And it's just one of the most awful things ever. There's just no way to describe it. If you haven't experienced it, I hope you don't ever. That's all. I hope no one does. Never want to see anybody get hurt like that. But it's, you know, it's the risks that are involved in what we do. So yeah, I didn't even mention TBLT today. I mean, was not an easy trader, but when it started to make this move here, I said, got that volume was increasing, and I jumped on it and just sold some going all the way up, and I sold a bulk of it really here, and then I sold the last little bit here, and seemed to have been the move. I won't lie, I almost got back in it again. For so long it was holding this 760 line again where I had originally gotten in, and I thought, you know, if it continues to hold it, it might be ready to go again. I mean, 39%, almost 40% short float. and 2 million in the float. I mean, it's got all the makings of being a major runner. And look at the short growth on it too. So there's a massive short holding out there on it. But again, I said, you know what? Promised myself I'd be done. Obeyed the rules. I walk away a winner on the week. Yes. Sun W, am I upset about that? Yes. SNTI, taking just a really small trade on it here. Frustrating, but it is what it is. So let's see. Sorry, I just saw a whole bunch of things coming in here. So Raj, I'm good. We're good. Hopefully you're having a solid week. Yeah, this action has not been around for a while, Wolf. In SIGA from 1450, just manage that risk. Perfect circle. That's all. Consider what you're doing. Taking, if you're taking risk home. I mean, obviously it's a good price to be in right now. I mean, last I looked, SIGA, I don't know what it is now. Yeah, I mean, that's a solid price to be in right now, but just know what it can do moving forward. That's all. And you're tied to news and all that stuff like that on it. So, but Dave, come on, you covered for $1. I mean, realistically, it's a great trade. Obviously, I mean, if you covered at 20 or 18 or 16, that makes a couple of months right there. It can make a couple of months right there. But took half off at 17. All right, smart. Eating steak and not chicken nuggets. Good stuff. I gotta say, and I appreciate Dave, you and Wolf, Perfect Circle, Raj, Jim, I think he's still hanging around here. There's a number of you that are always chiming in here, and I greatly appreciate you folks in here. What makes a good trading community. I won't lie, I get a little offended seeing the numbers that are in here that are so small, considering what we do here at Trade Ideas. No one at Trade Ideas is recommending stocks, recommending buys and sells. I don't think we oversell what we do. I think we're pretty realistic about stuff. We talk not just scanning, but charts. So anybody that's new to trading that's popping in, I'm just saying, I appreciate you hanging around and all the, the back and forth that you give, Jim, positive vibe and all that. We talk about charts and moving averages, Bollinger Bands, volume, all these things like that anybody new to trading, you have to, if you want to be a successful trader, you have to understand these things. And then, we take it a step further and we talk about having a trading plan and risk management and stops and targets and, all those things like that. So that's why I get a little bit like once in a while discourage it. We don't have a ton of people that are coming through here, but the people that we have here, I'm very grateful for. Very grateful for it. And, who knows? You never know where things will lead to. I try to pump our numbers through Twitter on my account. So, yeah, it's funny. It's like there's a crowd out there that knows us and loves us. And then it's just this huge market that still doesn't know that we exist. Now, I will say, generally speaking, I think we cater more to day traders, but it's not that we don't have a lot for swing traders. I think what it is, though, is people misunderstand what swing trading is, to be honest, because it's more quote unquote buy and hold, but it doesn't take away from the fact that you need a plan. I always say any scan can be a swing trading scan, but what's your criteria for swing trading? That's what it really comes down to. And most people can't answer that question. Not necessarily an easy question to answer, like any question in trading, but I still do also believe that, the big money is in swing trading, especially in bull markets. I mean, think about that bull run that we had from the recovery of COVID of 2020 to really mid 2021. Then things started to change under the hood a little bit in mid 2021, regardless of, making all-time highs. But Peter's another one that's here, and really appreciate Peter being around. And Peter sends in some really great emails and just adding another positive vibe to everything we do here. So, but anyways, I like I said, I think we've got a good thing going here. I also, nothing's perfect. I think there were some things with Trade Ideas that were stuck in the mud for a long time. Trade Ideas was the only kid on the block for a very long time for market scanning. And now there are a few other players that are out there. And I think that kind of woke us up here a little bit too, getting early pre-market data. Our charts are as fast as anybody's charts. We continuously add new indicators to the charts, things of that nature. So, we're really looking at it. Glad to hear that, Raj. It's really, really good to hear this positive feedback. And I'm all about the community. Listen, I think there's room for everybody. I think there's absolutely room for everybody. But what separates the people, everybody is from the winners and the losers is a trading plan. And, those that just think about getting rich quick and all those things like that and think they're just going to step on and start making money their first month or 2 months of trading. I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm just saying it's not realistic. I think my biggest mistake in trading, period, hands down, my biggest mistake, it was not paper trading. Now, at the time when I first became a Trade Idea subscriber, there was no simulator at all. But I should have used something like the price alerts window. This price alerts window would have been great for paper trading, a makeshift paper trader, or even just writing trades on a piece of paper. When I was journaling at the end of the day, instead of journaling towards the end of the day on my trading, should have just wrote it out, bought X amount, stock XYZ for X amount and all those things like that. And I think that could have made a really, really big difference in my trading. I got my butt handed to me for a long time and nearly gave up a few times, but anyways, that is what it is. I'm glad to hear that, Jim. I'm glad to hear that. That book, I wonder, what book is that, Peter? Yeah, Stephanie said that she had discovered Trade Ideas through a book. I forget what that book is. Let me ping her. Might be what Peter's talking about. How to day trade for a living. Okay, cool. Thanks, Peter. I know people don't normally like talking about wins and losses, but how has using races impacted your ratios without going into details? No, I'm cool talking. Like, I'm not going to say my share size and things like that. I do that more out of respect to Barry, because Barry's really the architect of us live streaming and everything like that. And I'm on board with what he talks about that, because everybody has different account sizes and things like that. But I would say I actually have a higher win to loss ratio, meaning I have more winning trades than losing trades with the races. But I would say the spread between my winners and losers is smaller than with my swing trades. I probably take on my swing trading over the last, however long, couple of years. I probably have more about a 40% winner on my swing trades, but the wins are much bigger and the losses are much smaller. And it's a flip on the races, because on the races, as soon as something shows a little bit of weakness, I get out. I leave a lot of money on the table with the races, just because the day trading, I'm still a little bit on, is it going to rip? Is it not going to rip? Well, I'm up, I'm up 15 or 20 cents already, and I'm just going to kill it now. And the next thing I know, I could have been up 30, 40, 50 cents, but I killed it sooner. I think that's the big difference for me with that. That's my big difference right there. So, wow, SNTI still ripping right here. Oh my goodness, what a move. Holy cow. Coming at high of the day, rejected right off of it. What another move, and that volume that's pouring in right now too. Look at that, 4,800 on that 1 minute volume. Excuse me, 12,000 on the 1 minute volume, 4,800 on the 5 minute volume, over 5,200 now, 13,000 on the 1 minute volume. My goodness. Yeah, big time. Big time, big time, big time. Scanning in real time, I don't really know, because like Thinkorswim you have to refresh. I think TrendSpider you have to refresh. Like all of them, there's like a refresh you have to do. Nobody has it live like we do in this sense right here with these races. I mean, and here's just having such a narrow pointed view. Look at the list of stocks I'm looking at the whole day. You've got GOVX is being alerted. Again, not all these are easy traders. I get that, and when I'm pointing this stuff out, just for anybody that's new and kind of popping in, I know there's always people passing through. I'm not saying that that's easy to trade. Oh, you just saw it on the scanner and you buy it. No, you got to have a plan and manage risk. Look at let's look at some stuff, some serious stuff here. 250 was a hard level right here. Those 50 cents, those 25-cent numbers on the smaller price stocks, those numbers make a big difference. 250 was tough. When it got it, it finally exploded up through it. It came back down. And where did it come back down and bounce towards for a little while in there? 275, right? And then when it made another move off 275, where was it getting rejected? Right? Up here, trying to move just above 225 or 325 up to the 350 number. And when it came back down again, where did we hover again? 250 again. So these are the things that, are part of being a trader, is understanding that stocks have a personality, not just buy and go. That's the tough stuff. But yeah, those ones that are listed, those are the ones that I know are, quote unquote, our current biggest competitors. I am at a little bit of a disadvantage with the competitors too, because I discovered Trade Ideas in early 2017, and I never looked at anybody else after that. So I don't really know how to compare. Michael has used TrendSpider. I don't know if anybody else has used much of anything else here, to be honest. So, but Michael, has done, a bit of digging on TrendSpider and really knows their platform well. So he, there's some insight there. AXTI looks like that's starting to do some stuff here. We got a little bit of volume coming in. We'll see here. That was the largest volume bar in that 15 minutes in the last little bit here. We'll see if that keeps up. 1,600 out in the 1 minute volume, hovering just under 1,000 on the 5 minute volume. Trying to take out that high of the day as well. So that's a big deal. Okay, so there, Dave's thrown out a few things there. All right. I mean, look, Wolf, while that's tough, first off, you're saying, since you started day trading earlier this year, you picked probably the hardest time to day trade or trade in general in the last 11 years or something like that at this point. So keep that in mind, number one. And number two, just make sure you stick to a plan. Every time before you hit buy, just ask yourself, what's my out on the downside? And why did I pick that out on the downside? Those should be, if every trader asked themselves that question before entering every trade, I bet their P&L would look a lot different. If you literally, before you press this buy button here or the buy button wherever your buy button is, if you literally ask yourself, what am I setting my stop loss at, and why am I setting it there? If you ask yourself just those two questions before you enter every trade, it will make a huge, huge difference in your P&L. I am 100% sure of that. Here's another one that was on races earlier that I didn't jump in, this BWV. And just a slow grinder for the whole day. I wanted to take it at 315. I didn't. I should have. I looked at those other stocks. Like I said, I'm only going to enter a few different things at a time. But I was looking at, look at this, look left, look left, look left, look left, look left. Look at the potential that could happen. And is it going to happen? I have no idea. But look at some of the things that have been done recently. Look at PGY, right? Insane. Look at, and the whole world is looking at HKD. But, oh, my God, that's going to hit 500. Holy mackerel. My goodness. So that's what I mean when I'm talking. You got to be risk managers here, and that's the part that I think that we offer in these live streams. That I just wish more people would come, especially new users that sign up. We have, so many people that sign up in a week, and none of them come to these live streams, and I can't understand why. I guess maybe they just don't have realistic expectation, or don't really want to take the time to learn. That's all I could say. It's unfortunately a shot at, maybe some of the other unscrupulous people that are out there with their marketing and what trading is really about, but managing risk. Now, realistically, let's look at this HKD chart, right? Someone who is watching this explosion happen and said, gee, I might want to participate in this stock, right? Look at this level right here. I don't know what the price level is at, but look at how well it obeyed that. Also, look at how well it has obeyed the 8 EMA today on a 15-minute chart. It has literally obeyed it since here. We had one 15-minute bar close below that, right? Right up until this move right here. So look at all those hours that it obeyed that. So just having simple trading plans, and I'm not saying, again, this goes back to, an 8 EMA is not a magical indicator. I just happen to have a very good rapport with it. Steve loves the 10 SMA. And I mean, look how often he's nailing things on that 10 SMA. He has a great rapport with that. So, but my point being is here, someone that had a trading plan and said, gee, we hold this level and we pop back above, let's say 400 as a resistance level, they would have done well on that trading plan right there. Now, obviously, in hindsight, it's easy to look at that and Monday quarterback it, to steal a quote that my dad always used to say and I use all the time now. It's easy to go back and Monday quarterback this stuff from the Sunday film, right? But it's by Monday quarterbacking over and over again that our eyes and our brains start to see these things over and over again and are able to start to make good risk management decisions just like this right here. Now, I did not touch the stock. I have no intention of touching the stock, but my point being is a chart, right? And so, these are the things that I look at. We can take it back to TBLT here. This is something that I actually took. You can see my trades here, right? I saw this level as a resistance level. I also saw the fact that we never came down and touched the low of the day. And so when we approach this on the day here today, right, I said to myself, we start to get some increased volume and I'm going to take a shot at this. And so that's what happened. I took the shot and it worked well, but I had my risk management in here, right? Set myself up. I didn't just say, there's volume increasing and the stock is up, I'll just go buy it. No, I had risk management involved in that, So that's that. Let's see what else is spiking into the close. Look at this guy here. CORZ. Nice little move into the close here. Volume's coming in. Big float on it, so I don't think it'll go nutso or anything like that. But you gotta, you can't help but look at some of this stuff and some of the trend reversals that are starting to happen here. One more is Quote Media. They're OTC. Interesting. NVDA, AMD were what I lost the most on trying to trade the open. Yeah. Listen, how many, everybody be honest with themselves. I know for myself, I probably at the beginning of my trading, I'd have probably cut out half my losses had I not even bothered looking at the market till 10:05 a.m. every day. Had I just not even looked at the market till 10:05 every day. That first, I know a lot of people say the first 15 minutes. I really believe that first 30, 35 minutes, so many head fakes. And yes, they're going to be the runners. They're going to happen. But how many runners are there compared to how many head fakes are there in that first 30, 35 minutes? Just, it's crazy, 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 crazy. Keep a 10-minute chart up and scrunch it up so I can find prior pivots using them. Possible resistance. It's helped me lately. All right, yeah. And that's the thing. Everybody's going to find that chart that, like I said, no magic chart, no magic time frame. There's no magic in any of this stuff. What there is, though, is observing for whether it's some people might start to get some stuff in a week or a month. You know, it really, you know, in all honesty, for me to settle on a couple of things with charts and times, in all honesty, and I'm my own enemy at this for the most part, it took me almost 2 years, to be honest. I put a lot of pressure on myself. You know, I was, you know, trying to not work in restaurants anymore, and, you know, without going into, you know, my quote unquote life story, you know, I trading behind the 8 ball, and it was, you know, no way to do it. And everybody that, you know, I should have listened to a lot of the things that were told to me, but I didn't. And here we are. I'm lucky enough to have made it through all that. And I'm lucky enough to be with a crowd like you folks right now. Wow, this is really going right now. Look at this really going. Here, we saw that 10 cents ago. We saw that 13 cents ago, right? And we saw the volume coming in. And it was probably on the scanner even before that. I just happened to notice it at 37 at, you know. And here we go. I mean, this thing is, look at these size orders that are coming in, you know, look at the orders that are coming in right now. Look at that. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Saw that coming in at about probably 235, 234 on that price coming into the close. Breaking the, listen, I mean, live, breaking the high of the day, literally, right? We're breaking the high of the day, and look at the volume coming in. And this puts it right up in front, right up in front. FAZE, I bet the same thing here, right? Look at the volume that's coming into it, coming in challenging high of the day off that 13 break again. And HIVE. Right? My goodness, live, breaking. And that's happening while SPY's putting in a little bit of a red bar right there too. Still going to close about high of the day, I think, but tough to beat, tough to beat, tough to beat, tough to beat. Had a large holding and having a hard time. But here's the thing, Tyler. If you got it once, you get it again. But don't let that trip you up to always chase those big moves like that. Sometimes getting those real big winners earlier are the things that can, you know, you're always chasing that, you know. But, you know, you take that and you move, you know, you take the good lessons that came from it, and you move on to the next, you know, hopefully good trade. Doesn't TI have a line going across the charts horizontally where the current price is? No, you know what it is? If you have what's called an alert window and you're using a new high on it, it'll have this red line that shows the next new high. So here I'm going to make an alert window real fast. Search new high, add. So watch this as something comes in and makes a new high, or not. Did I not do that right? Nope, I didn't. All right, so here, anything. Why are you not showing me my name? Now you're making me a liar. Did we take that away and I don't know it? I don't use alert windows, so. Let me see here. So, and again, CORZ still volume pouring into this thing. Look at that 1 minute volume right now. Sometimes I wonder, revise my rules. All right, Steve says it seems spotty to him. Maybe it's because I have just a ridiculously fast window coming through. I don't even know. Like, I literally don't use alert windows anymore, other than the back testing I'm doing for hopefully an automated strategy one of these days. Yeah, I don't have hardly any. That core's coming in on my spike scanner that I had created a while ago. There it is. All right, so see that red line there? That's what I was referencing. There we go. That red line is showing to the next new high. So that's the only thing I could think of as far as what you're talking about there, Mitchell. Supposed to a green crypto miner. Interesting. All right. No, I don't use anything fancy for my orders. Sometimes I go in at limit. Sometimes I go in at market. It depends on the spread. And then, I'll probably, and then I'll set a few sell orders up above where I'd like to start to trip some sells and take some money, but nothing fancy, nothing complicated. Michael uses a lot of stop limits to get in trades. I never have. I've never been a stop limit person. I see that, I see the advantage of it. My goodness, look at the volume that came into CORZ at the end here. Holy cow, look at these trades that came in at the end. Look at that, 4 million settle right there. 4,600,000, 300,000. Holy cow. Someone wants to be involved in crypto, right? He said it. What did you say it was crypto? Yeah, carbon neutral blockchain infrastructure. Holy cow. What a week. What a week. My God. I don't even know what else to say. I mean, what a week. I'll pause those races now. I want to keep those for some screenshots and data later. MaxN, I never even looked at a chart of it. Wow, what a grinder all day long. Look at that. Never even looked at this chart today. 1.6 million shares traded. It was on races all day long. Wow. Now, what's funny is it didn't have a ton of wins, but it was on races all day long. It was on this race here, which I never really look at this race. Not much anyways. Take a look at all winners. Let me see MaxN here win any races. Yep, there we go, MaxN. So it won that race there, but it was on the races, just not a winner a ton of times. And that's one of the things where you gotta, keep your attention on it. because there's so many stocks that make great moves throughout the day that are steady and never actually explode, but still have, you know, an unbelievable set of moves. I just, these races are unbelievable. I still can't believe. I still can't believe. And with all the other scanning that we have, God, I really hope that we hit another bull run. Add these races on top of some swing trading, forget about it. Those prints crashed your e-signal? That's crazy. No, I'm not in CORZ. I just, you know, it popped on my scanner at the end of the day here and really caught my attention. Just really caught my attention when I saw it. Oh, wow. And it's going into the after hours too. Look at that. You don't see that a lot on Fridays, to be honest, with heavy volume. Oh, did I close my time and sales window? No, there it is. All right, volume's coming back down to earth some now, but my goodness. Nope, I didn't take it. My trading, you know, I obey my trading rules. My trading rules were I was done for the day early afternoon, actually, or just before the afternoon. I promised myself I had a good week, and when you're feeling really good, sometimes take the wins and walk away. People always talk about in trading, oh, you have to control your emotions. You have to control your emotions. You don't have to control your emotions. You need to recognize what your emotions are and how they affect your trading. What you have to control is your impulses. If you can't control your impulses will dictate everything about. And so I had a lot of impulses that for getting into stuff. CORZ was one of them. And I decided, you know, that's it. That's it for today. I did what I needed to do this week. Next week's a fresh week. Been building momentum the last few weeks, and I'm, you know, I don't want to ruin that momentum with an impulse buy. So yes, part of me is dying that I didn't take this trade at, you know, when it broke 240 here. Would have been, you know, very nice little percent move to end the day. But I already had some nice trades, so that was that. V-Ray, got to wonder about that one's. This was one that had some big runs in it years ago and just never been able to get going again. Pretty big volume coming in, but I don't think that's anything significant. You know, looking back on this daily chart, not a lot going on here. Although, you know, you can always ask yourself, we've got these volume spikes as we made these lows, and, you know, more volume and then more volume. Is someone at the table accumulating for some reason? I don't know, but whenever I see volume like that and we're moving sideways, you always got to ask yourself if someone's accumulating. You know, the swing trader in me asks those questions. My thoughts on BGFV. Let me take this off my charts. BGFV. Close with some strength after really getting knocked around. So there's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. You know, you obviously rising tide lifts all boats, right? So we had a heck of a week after the Fed did whatever they did, and the plunge protection team has come back out and all that. Want to zoom in a little bit here because this is kind of what I'm seeing. We really defended that 12 level here. So look back and look how tough 12 has been for so long here, right? 12 has really been a tough level here. And you would have thought, look at that wash that happens, that washout bounce that happens last Thursday, and we get a nice solid candle to close Friday. I think this just got kind of bit by the overall market and people being Fed nervous on Monday, Tuesday, because then, you know, Wednesday, another wash bounce yesterday, and then we get nice movement on it today. I think if it can hold this 12 level, it might be able to get itself going again. But it's retail, so that's one of the tough other parts about it. Here's the other thing too, you know, it's like, this is where you got to be careful of FOMO and the trading plan. Look at the run that this has had in the past, right? So we know it can do it. We absolutely know it can do it. Look at that short float that it's got. So all of a sudden, if it gets a little momentum, there's a lot of fuel that can happen here. There's a lot of fuel. It's getting that fuel ignited. So, and that's not the only run that it's ever made. Look at that run. Look at this run. Look at this run. So we've seen it do it a few times. Not just, it's not a one and done on this, right? So we know it can do it again. Yeah, I think, you know, you're going to really want to see it, you know. It continues. If it opens and it's strong into late next Monday morning, I think it can get a little bit of a run in it. Gotta, you know, not open strong Monday. Because look, it opened strong on Monday this week, and what happened, right? But that 12 level, this level being defended so well, you know, look, again, sellers couldn't do it. Buyers got in charge. And then I think it just got snake bit on Monday. Sellers couldn't do it. Sellers couldn't do it. Sellers couldn't do it. Buyers back in charge again today. Actually, I have no details on any trading course at this point. I just know the idea was kicked around, but I was in the marketing meeting that the idea was kicked around, but I was in the middle of like 20 other things and only kind of half heard what was being talked about. So I don't know. I don't really have any details on that. I'm sorry to say. I mean, the Fed could be buying. I don't know. You know, I don't know if they're, you know, I really just don't know. Spiked over $2 in the last 3 minutes. Wow. Yeah, that thing was crazy today. MGAM, right? MGAM. Insane. Still going right now. Here's a tough part about something like this, right? Look, there's no data, right? Because how can we, there's no 1 minute volume to compare it to. What do we compare it to? Or 5 minute volume or anything like that. I mean, the only data that we really have is the actual volume of shares traded today, and it's changed from its open, right? That's all we got. You know what I mean? Like that, and not just us. Nobody know what you compare this volume to, other than if you had like an intraday volume comparison, right? But it's only comparing intraday volume. So kind of a tough one, but man, insanity. So, but as far as that trading course thing goes, I really don't have any details to share. I think the idea is that I think part of it comes from me pounding the table saying that, you know, we've just got so many people that sign up and quit a month later. And I think, and my biggest thing is because they don't understand anything about trading. You know, I said we should be taking a poll of how many people that sign up actually know how to read anything about a candlestick chart. I'll bet you will find that 90% of people that sign up don't even know what a candlestick chart is. And how can you possibly hope to be a successful trader if you don't know anything about charting, technically anyways? And, you know, that's just my 2 cents anyways. I'm sure there are traders that are successful without a lot of charting involved, but not many. That's, you know, my 2 cents. What do we think of NEM for bounce swing? NEM. No, I don't think anything about that. It's a tough chart right there. You know, look what happened when we broke this line from back here. We fell off a cliff, right? My eyes immediately went to this level right here, going all the way back here. And as soon as we broke it, we fell off a cliff. I mean, I don't even, where's the next support level, right? Let's switch it up to a weekly chart. Let's just draw a line. Right now, I'm just going to draw a line to the bottom of this week. We give this up, we're all the way down here next. That's your next level, really. Somewhere down here. You could argue this, you could argue that. Look at that. I just drew this line, and it happens to line up with right there for all my efficient market hypotheses fans, right? And we give that up. Got all the way down to here as possible, right? So we were talking from 40 down to the low 30s, from 45 right now down to the low 30s. So no, I couldn't. There's no way. I say that, of course, I say that. The thing could bounce and go through the roof for all I know. But also look at what it's in, gold and silver. And let's look at gold and silver, right? GLD, not so great. SLV, not so great. Yes, they got to bounce this week. But, those are not good looking charts. GDX, not very good looking GDX chart right there. SLV, is that the silver miners? No, it's silver. What the heck is the silver miners? Not SLX. Geez, why can't I remember? So many tickers, so little memory. Wow, utilities. Wow, what a move this week from utilities. Oof. I mean, I know a lot of charts look like that, but utilities are like super extra right now. GDX. That's gold. GDXJ. There's silver itself. SIL. Jesus. Killing me, Chris. So, yeah, I mean, that's a terrible looking chart. And like I said, it could bounce. Maybe it's setting up now, but I need a week or two moving and not moving down like this, I mean, we could look here and we could say, oh, geez, look like it's, we finished selling off. No, here we finished selling off. No, right. We finished selling off. No, so that's my thing for precious metals. I don't get them. I don't get precious metals. I really don't get it. Chris, question about each time I open my laptop, my moving averages are gone, despite saving everything. I don't have this issue on my PC. Huh. Really? That's strange. Dave, do this for me. Set up a chart with the moving averages you like on your laptop. Then right-click that chart. Go to Save as Default. All right. And then when you open up charts, every chart you open up should look like exactly what you just saved. It'll be the same symbol and everything else. See if that changes anything. That's strange. Huh. They should save everything. When was the last time the markets closed down over 2%? I haven't looked, but PPT is doing a great job. Yes, the Plunge Protection team is back. Did they bring Steve Mnuchin back? You know what it is, though, Perfect Circle? This is the comment to Perfect Circle's comment. I can't imagine using trade ideas for only 1 month. There are a lot of people out there that, spending $118 a month or $228 a month for the premium or whatever. It's just like it's above their budget. I think it's above a lot of people's budgets, and so they think after 1 month, I got to be making money to justify spending this. And unfortunately, just that's not the way it's going to work for anybody. That's just the way it is, unfortunately. I do wish we had a cheaper product that was a little less customizable. It's kind of a table that Andy and I have pounded for a long time. We'll see if that ever happens, where it was just, access to just maybe a few race scans. And then that's it, for, I don't know, $60 a month or $70 a month, no customizing, no anything else. You just load and, you get 3 charts, a 5-minute, a 15-minute, and a daily chart. You get 2 race scans and a single stock window. And then that's it. I think that would be something that we could do, but, we'll see. Finish the I'm guessing you're talking about Warrior Trading Course, but never had success trading low float runners in the simulator. It's tough. It's tough. That's all there is to it, Wolf. So tough. How far will I look back on a daily chart? It depends. There's a little depending in it. So I want to bring up, what was it today? SNTI, right? So, let's take a daily chart where there's not a lot of data, right? And, I was looking on this daily chart and I said to myself, we can, if we can get this isn't out of line for, 34 million in the float and all that, so there's an example of one where I'm looking back like that. And then TBLT, I was looking at this, and at first I was looking here, right? But I was also considering it that same level to there and here. So I was looking at, while this and this are the same, I'm looking in time-wise here and here, and then I'm looking back here on that. So I can look back pretty far, that's, a couple of months right there. As far as day trading stuff goes anyways. But I would be remiss to say, I'm also I'm looking further back in the sense on some things like this too, to see the price range. While, we see these more short-term resistances here and then here, then all of a sudden we make a big jump up here. Not only we make a big jump up there, but look at the price range, the beginning of the year, we were up at $80. We're all the way down here in the single digits now. So the idea that this thing can get this price, will it again? I have no idea if it'll ever get there again, but it could get up there. And so, you look at these things as the potential and, you can't help but note them. Oh, Sil, thanks, Dave. If I'd only looked at that 7 minutes ago now, I didn't, I'm a little bit behind on all that. Yes, Siller Juniors, yeah. WT, I think he was standing for Warrior Trading. Wolf, that is one of the great statements anybody could make, looking at it as a business. Anybody, I haven't said this in a long time. Anybody that thinks trading is a job is sorely mistaken, in my opinion. Trading is a business, and this is how it works. When you want to open a business, you go to the loan and you ask for a bank, and the bank says, great, well, what's your business model? And then you say, I don't have a business model. And the bank says, well, you better come up with one or you ain't getting a penny from us. That's how this works. Well, when you want to go trade, you're opening a business. Well, where are you going to get the loan to open a brokerage account? From yourself. So if a bank wouldn't give you a loan without a business plan, why would you give yourself a loan without a business plan? Your business plan being your trading plan. Scanning is one part of it. Your risk management is another part of it. You may have other parts of that business plan, that trading plan, that go and say, this is why I deserve to give myself this money, this loan. But anything short of that, and there's no way, you just can't, you cannot give yourself a loan with no plan. That's all there is to it. Your money is hard earned from whatever got you there. You can't just go and hand yourself, whether it's $10,000 or $50,000 or $100,000 or $4,000, whatever it is you're giving yourself to open a brokerage account. If you don't have a business model, you're always going to fail. And the job mindset to me is this: McDonald's is hiring, the Walmart's hiring, there's marketing teams out there that are hiring. There's, Amtrak is hiring. All these people are hiring, right? You go get a job with any one of them. You don't need to have any kind of business plan to go work, do whatever for them. You need to have a business structure. You need to have a trading plan to open a business. And that's where I think having a business mindset for trading is the most important part of the mindset of a trader. That's all there is to it. So, yeah. All right, Dave. Let me know. If not, I'm guessing you know how to get to our live support chat. If you're still having trouble with that, Dave, on Monday, come into the live support chat after 9 Eastern, and I can take a look. I can do some back end looking for you on it if you want. See if there's something to it. Maybe with the laptop for some reason it's not saving it. Take a look at GETY. What do I think? Peter says GETY. GETY. Oh my. You know, I looked at this earlier. It was on one of my races earlier, and then I kind of lost track of it. GETY. I just want to see. It's got to be on here somewhere. GETY. Maybe it didn't win a race today. I know I saw it today. Listen, this sets itself up for a big potential runner. You know, will it do it? Nobody has any idea. And look at that trading range, right? Insane. You know, up 138% as it stands on at a $25 price right now. But this could be one of those things, you know. This could be the next HKD for all anybody knows. That's all there is to it. It absolutely could, you know. So it's definitely worth keeping on a watch list, putting a plan together. You know, something that my eyes go to right away. Look at this line, wherever that is. What's that price? You know, 22 and change, 22.50, 22.70, somewhere in there. It's a big line for it today. It struggled with, you know, gapped up, came under it, and struggled to try to pierce that level. When it pierced it, had a nice run. Faded, support, faded, support, 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 blast off again. So you can't tell me that that line didn't have significance today, and that it may, we have no idea. We have no way to know ahead of time, but it may be a significant line on Monday, right? And that could be a significant line both ways. If it breaks down under it, could end up being a good short. Although I don't know how easy shorts will be to locate on such a new issue, but all the same, could be. If it holds, it could be another boost again. No way to predict it. But we'd be remiss if we did not keep that level in mind right there coming on Monday. Yeah, that's I you know, for me, I don't think I'd need I can't think of a reason to keep it above the pattern day trader. The 30,000 range, give myself a $5,000 buffer, give or take. Other than that, you know, pull the money, pay the taxes, move on. All right, perfect circle. Sorry, just scrolling down, I'm a little behind on it was a much more active day today from everybody. I really loved this session today. This was a great session. You have a great weekend, Perfect Circle. Great weekend. I always appreciate you being around here. Always appreciate you greatly. People should be ready to pay these tools, pay now or pay later. Yeah, you know, been self-employed since 95. That's a good feeling, I bet, Wolf. I bet that's a really good feeling. Yeah, that's why I end every week on Friday doing the little out that I do about being the hardest thing mentally ever. People think that what we do is easy. We just press a bunch of buttons, stocks go up, and you know, you had all these fools making TikTok videos and whatever else and stuff like that. And it's like, you know, show some respect to the market and the people that have been successful in it. You know, this is hard stuff, man. Super hard stuff. I don't know if Getty was a SPAC or not. Could be. Profile Holdings operates a visual content creator and marketplace. It offers creative and editorial content solutions through brands. Bunch of word salad, so it must be a SPAC. Seems reasonable to have been a SPAC. That's all word salad as far as I'm concerned. Oh, it came from J. Paul Getty. Okay, interesting. All right. So I guess with all that said, as I always say, tell all your friends and family about us. Tell your brothers, sisters, cousins, mothers, girlfriends, dogs, nephews, whatever. Tell everybody about us. Get them in these live streams. You know, all kidding aside, I think, you know, financial literacy should be taught much more than it is in so many other ways, and it's not. That's all there is to it. But I think we provide some financial literacy here, you know, a little different than, you know, money management itself. But, you know, someone that's taught just a little bit of risk management and a little bit of technical analysis and has some patience to just look at charts regularly. They don't even have to be subscribed to Trade Ideas. They could do themselves a real huge favor over the course of 15, 20 years with just some reasonable risk management and a few indicators. But that it is what it is. I just, maybe I'm crazy and I see things a lot differently because of charts than most people do. I guess that's the way it is. So, but I feel like we do a lot here, especially in these live streams, to give people some knowledge long before they have to subscribe to Trade Ideas. I think people could come to the Barries room. They could come into these live streams. We talk about indicators, ask questions, too, anybody, can we look at this indicator? Can we discuss this? Can we throw these on a chart? I'm always happy to throw anything on a chart and discuss it. And, some of it I might have to do research on the fly with you all, some of it I might know a little more than other indicators, but I always, I'm always willing to look and discuss new things. That's how we grow as any kind of community, is discussing new things, new thoughts, new ideas, new vantage points, and all that. So that's why I just encourage people, anybody that has some market, some market curiosity. This is all free right now. I believe that our tool is so freaking great that if people hang out here long enough, they're gonna get a feel for it, and they're gonna want to subscribe. That's what happened to me anyway. So, with that said, could a bear market be ending? It could be. Technically we're still in it, but at some point it ends. Bring up the SPY here. We didn't go through anything as far as this stuff goes. I don't think we needed to today. There's so much other stuff to talk about. I mean, massive move this week. Massive move. Who knows? Who knows? Nobody knows for sure. But we take this stuff while it's here. That's for sure. I can never stress enough. Bear with me one moment here, folks. Bear with me one moment. Bear with me. I'm sorry. Sorry, I just have to log out of things. 4:30 sneaks up on me awful quick. So just be careful. Pay attention to what you're doing. Have great risk management. And, like I said, if you just ask yourself 2 questions before you press buy every single time, what's my stop? Why is it my stop? Ask yourself those 2 questions before every trade, right? And then look at the difference over the next 20 trades versus the previous 20 trades. Look at that difference. What we do is hard. Mentally take care of yourself. Get outside, walk, fresh air and sunlight, vitamin D. I cannot overstate the benefits of those 2 things. Not vitamin D from a jar, not vitamin D from carrots. Those things are important too. All that stuff is great. Get outside, breathe some fresh air. Get away from everybody in your life. 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Get away from your dog, your cat, your brother, your girlfriend, your sister, your boyfriend, your children, your children's children, whatever it is. Get out, get away. 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Journal, write some stuff down. Do a video journal, do an audio journal, type it out, whatever it is that works for you. I cannot stress how important it is to do these things, all right? And give yourself a break, get away from the screens, those, all that stuff like that. Don't be too hard on yourself. Everybody else can be hard on you, don't pile on yourself. So those are the big takeaways. Let me just make sure I got everything on the last couple of comments. Found Trade. Warrior's a partner of our affiliate partner of ours. So I know. Listen, I know some people that think that Warrior's the greatest. Some people think they're the worst. Things are what they are. Be suggesting the test drive. Thanks, Dave. Appreciate that. Holley had an okay week finally. I won't lie. Holley's dogged it for most of this year. It's kind of frustrating. But she's had some bright spots again recently, so let's just hope for the best on that. Strength channel, no, it should still be there. I'm on the latest beta. I'm on exactly what everybody else could be on. I'm on no special version. New channel bar. Let me bring over the channel bar. So there's a new channel bar. Scroll down. You see there's this more underneath. Show more. We scrunched up that channel, and so swing picks. That's what it's called now. The strength alert, sorry, is called swing picks. That's where it is now. So look for it as swing picks. Sorry. Dan wanted to rebrand it because really we don't have many strength alert subscribers, so we rebranded the swing picks. See if that helps some. So I'm gonna stick around for 1 second, Wolf, to make sure you find it there. I don't wanna leave you hanging. Make sure you find that. I hear all my Slack alerts coming in. Okay, got it. Perfect. Gotcha. All right, very good. So, all right, thanks, Dave, Wolf, Peter, Mitchell, Raj. Who else we got up in here? Jim, JJR. There's a radio station when I was growing up called WJGR out of Vermont. Who else we got? Perfect Circle. I think you're already gone. Tyler. Just giving shout outs to everybody that I saw in here today, and everybody else that was here. Thank you all so very much. We'll do this all again Monday, and hopefully we have just as great of a week. All right, take care, everybody. Thank you. Bye bye.